The flickering campfire cast long, dancing shadows that played tricks on our eyes. It was the final night of our annual camping trip, and our tradition was to hold a scary story contest. My friend, Leo, always won. He was a master of suspense, his voice a low, gravelly instrument that could make your skin crawl. This year, though, a new guy named Elias had joined our group. He was quiet, almost unnervously still, and had barely spoken a word the whole trip. When it was Elias's turn, he didn't move from his spot at the edge of our circle, his back to the dark, silent lake. He didn't even turn to face us. "There's a story," he began, his voice startlingly clear and carrying effortlessly over the crackle of the fire. It wasn't loud, but it cut through the night air like a shard of ice. A story of a thing that lives in these woods. It doesn't hunt for food. It hunts for voices. A nervous chuckle rippled through our group. Leo shot me a look, an impressed smirk on his face. This was getting interesting. "It listens," Elias continued, his gaze fixed on the black water. "It learns. It can take the chirping of a cricket, the rustle of a leaf, the call of an owl. But what it craves most is the human voice. It believes that if it can steal enough voices, it can steal a soul and become human itself." The woods around us, which had felt so familiar and comforting just moments before, now seemed to press in, listening. The usual night sounds, the crickets, the breeze, felt hollow, as if something was missing. I found myself holding my breath, straining my ears. Legend says it was once a man, a shaman who dabbled in forbidden rituals, trying to speak with the spirits of the forest. But the forest answered in a way he didn't expect. It took his voice, and then his form, twisting him into an echo. A mimic. Now he wanders, a hollow shell, collecting sounds to fill the emptiness inside him. A log in the fire popped loudly, and we all jumped. Elias didn't flinch. His stillness was more unnerving than any jump scare Leo could have concocted. He gets closer with every sound he steals. Elias's voice was now lower, a conspiratorial whisper that drew us all in. First, the animals fall silent. Then, you start hearing things that aren't right. A bird that sings with your friend's laugh. A coyote that howls with your brother's cry for help. It's piecing together a voice. Your voice. My own throat felt dry. I glanced around at my friends. Their faces, illuminated by the firelight, were pale and wide-eyed. Even Leo had lost his smirk. The game was over. This failed. Real. "The final step," Elias said, his voice barely audible now, is when it gets close enough to hear you speak. It needs a full sentence, a complete thought. Once it has that, it can replicate you perfectly. It can walk into your camp, sit by your fire, and your own mother wouldn't know the difference. The only thing missing, will be you. A heavy silence descended upon us, thick and suffocating. The only sound was the fire spitting embers into the darkness. We were all completely captivated, hanging on his every word. We had forgotten it was a contest. We were living his story. Then, the scariest part happened. Elias stopped talking. He just sat there, his back to ooze a dark silhouette against the fainter darkness of the lake. Minutes stretched into an eternity. "Dude, that's it." Leo finally broke the silence, his voice a little shaky. "You can't just leave it there. What happens next?" Elias didn't answer. He didn't move. "Elias, primera ka," let out my voice, trembling slightly. "You win, man." That was incredible. Best story I've ever heard. Still nothing. The air grew cold. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pricked at the back of my neck. Something was deeply, horribly wrong. Slowly, I got to my feet. My legs felt like lead. I walked over to Elias, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. He was ice cold and rigid. As I touched him, he slumped sideways, falling onto the ground with a soft thud. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the lake, a silent scream frozen on his face. He wasn't breathing. He hadn't been breathing for a long time. Panic erupted. We screamed. We scrambled back from his body, tripping over logs and each other. Chaos. In the midst of the mayhem, a voice cut through our terror. It was Ilias's voice, perfectly clear, calm, and carrying effortlessly over our screams. But it wasn't coming from his body on the ground. It came from the middle of the lake, from the impenetrable darkness behind us. "Thank you," the voice said, smooth as polished glass. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." Then we heard a soft chuckle, a perfect replica of Leo's impressed laugh from earlier, and then a sound that will haunt my nightmares forever. My own voice, calling out Ilias's name, echoing back at me from across the black water. It had everything it needed now. Thanks for tuning in. If you have a story you'd like to share, you know where to find me. Until next time, be careful what you say in the dark, and don't forget to follow 4 more tailies from the shadows. Stay safe out there. The Boundary Waters, 1,000,000 acres of pristine wilderness, a labyrinth of lakes and ancient pines, stretching across the Minnesota-Canada border. For my friend Liam and me, it was supposed to be the ultimate escape, a 2-week canoe trip. Just us, the loons, and the endless, whispering woods. We'd been planning it for years, poring over maps, dreaming of the solitude. We had no idea we were paddling straight into a nightmare, into a hunger as old as the trees themselves. Those first few days were absolutely perfect. The rhythmic dip of our paddles, the sun warm on our backs, the taste of freshly caught walleye cooked over a crackling fire. We were miles from any road, any person, any trace of the world we'd left behind. The silence was profound, broken only by the cry of a distant bird or the rustle of a squirrel in the undergrowth. We felt like the last 2 people on Earth. But we weren't alone. The change was subtle at first. On the 5th day, as we were making a long portage between Knife Lake and Vera Lake, a feeling of unease settled over me. It was a primal prickle on the back of my neck, the kind that tells you you're being watched. I'd pause, the heavy canoe digging into my shoulders, and scan the dense forest. Nothing. Just the shadows playing tricks between the tall pines. I mentioned it to Liam, but he just laughed it off. "It's the woods, man," he said. "They mess with your head." That night, the temperature plummeted. A strange, unnatural cold crept into our tent, a damp chill that our sleeping bags couldn't fend off. And then we heard it, a sound that didn't belong. It wasn't an animal we could identify. It was a high, thin whistle, almost like the wind, but it had a pattern, a cadence. It seemed to circle our campsite, moving impossibly fast, first from the water's edge, then deep in the woods behind us. We lie terry-frozen, listening to the whistle and the frantic, snapping sounds of branches breaking. Something large was out there. The next morning, we found tracks near the edge of our camp. They were long, unnervingly narrow, and sunk deep into the hard-packed earth, as if whatever made them was impossibly heavy. They weren't bear, they weren't moose. They looked almost human, but grotesquely stretched, with claw marks gouged into the dirt at the end of each print. A foul, coppery smell, like old blood and decay, hung in the air. Liam wasn't laughing anymore. We packed up in a hurry, our hands shaking, the beauty of the wilderness now twisted into something menacing. We decided to push hard, to cut our trip short, and head back to the entry point. But the woods seemed to work against us. The portage trails felt longer, more confusing. The lakes, once our serene highway, now felt vast and hostile, and the feeling of being watched never left. It was a constant, oppressive weight. Worse, the whistling returned each night. Closer this time, we started hearing a voice, or what sounded like one, woven into the wind. It would whisper our names. Dun, dot, dot, dot. Liam, a dry, rasping sound that scraped at the edges of our sanity. One afternoon, while paddling across a mirror-still lake, Liam suddenly screamed and pointed. On the far shore, standing between 2 enormous white pines, was a figure. It was impossibly tall and skeletal, its limbs elongated and twisted at unnatural angles. Its skin was the color of bruised meat, stretched taut over a rack of jutting bones, and its head was like a deer's skull, crowned with a rack of dark, jagged antlers. But where the eyes should have been, there were only deep, hollow sockets that seemed to drink the light. It just stood there, watching us. As we stared, paralyzed with terror, it raised a long, clawed hand and beckoned. We paddled faster than we ever had in our lives, our muscles screaming, our hearts hammering against our ribs. We didn't stop until we reached the next portage, hauling the canoe and our gear onto the shore in a blind panic. We knew what it was. We'd read the old stories, the local legends whispered around campfires. Tales meant to scare tourists, a Wendigo, the spirit of eternal hunger, the thing that walks between the pines. The stories said it could mimic voices, that it could move like the wind, that its very presence brought a deadly, unnatural winter. The stories, we now knew, were real. That night was the worst. We didn't even try to sleep. We sat with our backs against a large boulder, a roaring fire in front of us, our camp axe and a heavy knife between us. The whispering was constant, circling us. "So hungry," it rasped, the voice sounding like it was right beside my ear. "Let me in." "So cold." It started using the voices of our loved ones. I heard my mother crying, begging me to help her. Liam heard his little sister laughing. It was a cruel, psychological torture designed to break us, to lure us out of the protective circle of our fire. Then, the creature showed itself. It stepped into the edge of the firelight, its horrifying form even more grotesque up close. Its gaunt, emaciated frame looked starved, yet it radiated an aura of immense power. Rotting flesh hung from its bones, and its jaw was unhinged, filled with yellowed, needle-like teeth. The deer skull atop its head tilted, and those empty sockets fixed on us. It took a slow, deliberate step forward, its clawed feet crunching on the forest floor. It was toying with us, savoring our fear. It feasted on it. Liam, in a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation, grabbed a burning log from the fire and hurled it at the creature. It hit the Wendigo square in the chest, showering it with sparks. The creature let out a sound that was half shriek, half the grinding of rock, and recoiled, swatting at the flames. For the first time, it seemed agitated, perhaps even hurt. Fire. The stories were right about that, too. That was our chance. We didn't hesitate. We abandoned everything the tent, our food, our gear. We grabbed only the canoe, the paddles, and the axe, and we ran. We crashed through the undergrowth and the pitch dark, guided only by the dim light of the moon, the Wendigo's enraged screams echoing behind us. We reached the water's edge, threw the canoe in, and paddled for our lives. We paddled all night, not daring to look back, expecting at any moment to feel its icy claws close around our necks. Every shadow seemed to hold its shape. Every gust of wind carried its whispers. When the first gray light of dawn finally broke the horizon, we saw the familiar dock of our entry point. We'd made it. We collapsed onto the wooden planks, sobbing, gasping, our bodies and minds utterly broken. We never talked about what happened in the boundary waters, not in detail. How could we? Who would believe us? But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I can still hear that high, thin whistle. I can still hear my name being whispered. I will never forget the feeling of that ancient hunger, the hunger that walked between the pines, and I will never, ever go back into those woods. Some places are not meant for us. Some places hold a darkness, a hunger that is patient and is always, always waiting. Thanks for tuning in to our story tonight. The wilderness holds many secrets, and some are best left undiscovered. If you enjoyed this tale and want to hear more encounters from the dark corners of the world, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, stay safe and be careful what you listen for in the silence of the woods. A calm, slightly weary voice, as if reading from a logbook log entry. October 27th. Ranger Thorne, on duty. Graveyard shift. It's my third week out here in the petrified forest, and the silence is still something you have to get used to. It's not empty. It's just that waiting. The moon is a sliver tonight, barely enough to turn the ancient, fossilized logs into strange, sleeping giants. Dispatch gave me the usual rundown. Check the perimeter. Make sure no late-night adventurers are trying to snag a piece of rainbow wood, and keep an eye out for anything unusual. Out here, unusual has a pretty broad definition. The night started quiet. The wind whispers through the sparse junipers, and the air carries the scent of dust and ozone. Around 1 a.m., I was doing my loop near the Crystal Forest Trail when the radio crackled. It was Sarah from dispatch. Her voice was a little shaky. She said they'd gotten a call about an hour ago. A hiker, a young guy, hadn't returned to his car at the designated time. His girlfriend was panicking. Last she heard, he was trying to get some epic sunset photos off the beaten path. That's a classic mistake one. I told Sarah I'd do a preliminary sweep. Standard procedure. You drive the main roads, flash your spotlight into the darkness, call out their name. You don't go charging into the wilderness after them. Not at night. The desert is unforgiving. Every shadow looks like a ravine. Every rock looks like a crouching animal. I grabbed the logbook to make a note. The last entry on this page, written in a different hand, probably old man Hemlock's before he retired, was just 4 words, underlined twice. Do not track anything. I chuckled at the time. Sounded like something a grizzled old-timer would say. I drove out toward the Blue Mesa Trail, where the guy's car was parked. The air felt heavier there, colder. I killed the engine and stepped out. Hello? Ranger Thorne? Is anyone out here? My voice felt small, swallowed by the immense, quiet dark. Nothing. Just the wind. I called out the hiker's name. Let's call him Alex. Alex. Park Service. Make your location known. Silence. But then, I heard it. A faint sound, carried on the wind. A voice. It sounded like a man crying for help. Help me, ... I'm over here, ... Hurt, ... My training kicked in. Adrenaline started to pump. The voice was weak, but it was clear. It seemed to be coming from a wash about 100 yards off the road. I grabbed my high-lumen flashlight and my med kit. Every instinct told me to go. Someone was hurt. But then, Hemlock's warning echoed in my mind. Do not track anything. He'd felt stupid. A man needed help. Sarah, I've got a possible voice contact. I radioed in. Sounds like our guy. I'm going to try and get a visual. Before she could respond, the voice called out again, closer this time. Please, ... my leg. I think it's broken. It had a strange quality to it now. A little too high-pitched. A little too ... rehearsed. Like someone imitating a person in pain. My hand froze on the truck's door handle. That's when my spotlight caught something. 2 points of light, low to the ground, just at the edge of the wash. Animal eyes. Coyote? Probably, but they weren't yellow or green. They were a piercing, intelligent blue, and they were watching me. They didn't blink. The voice called out again, from the asterisk, same exact spot. Asterisk is the eyes. Can't you see me? I'm right here. A chill, cold and sharp, went straight down my spine. That wasn't a man. I slowly backed away, got into the truck, and locked the doors. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I radioed Sarah. Sarah, disregard. Full salam. I'm returning to the main road. Thorne, are you okay? You sound... ... I'm fine. I cut her off. Just the wind playing tricks. I knew she wouldn't buy it, but I didn't know what else to say. How do you tell dispatch you think you just heard a coyote mimic a human voice perfectly? As I started the engine and put the truck in drive, I looked back toward the wash. The blue eyes were gone, but standing where they had been was a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, and silhouetted against the rock. It was too dark to see details, but it wasn't shaped right. Its limbs were too long, its posture all wrong. It just stood there, watching me leave. It didn't move a muscle, it just watched. I spent the rest of the night driving the paved loops, my eyes glued to the mirrors. Every shadow seemed to twist and reform into that tall, wrong shape. The desert no longer felt empty. It felt occupied. I thought about the missing hiker, Alex. I thought about him being out there with ... that the help me calls didn't come again. The silence that followed was somehow worse. When the sun finally started to bleed over the horizon, painting the petrified logs in hues of orange and pink. It didn't bring relief. It just felt like a temporary reprieve. Search and rescue arrived at dawn. They found Alex's camera first, smashed at the bottom of a shallow ravine. They didn't find him. Not that day, not the next. He just vanished. Later that week, I was looking through some old incident reports in the station. I found one from Hemlock's time, about a decade ago. Another missing person, a tourist who wandered off. In the margins, Hemlock had scribbled a note. Heard it again. The voice that calls for help. Stayed in the truck. Warned the new kid not to follow sounds at night. Beneath it, he'd written the same 4 words I saw in the logbook. Do not track anything. I don't know what's out there in the painted darkness of this forest. The Navajo have stories, of course. Stories about things that can wear a man's voice, like a coat. Things that can change their shape and lure you away from the safety of the firelight. They say you should never answer a voice you don't recognize in the wilderness, especially at night. I understand that now. This place is ancient, and it holds ancient things. And some things are best left unfound. I'm requesting a transfer tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in to this log entry. If you felt that chill down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe for more tailies from the graveyard shift. Stay safe out there, and always stay on the trail. Have you ever heard a sound in the dead of night that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? A sound that felt wrong. My friends and I did, and it's a night we'll never forget. This is the story of our camping trip to Spider Rock, and the fire that repeated our names. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway. Me, Liam, Chloe, and Ben. Escaping the city for the raw, majestic beauty of the Arizona desert. We were experienced hikers, but none of us had ever camped near Spider Rock. The sheer, twin-pinnacled sandstone spire was breathtaking, a silent giant watching over the canyon. As we set up our tents, the local Navajo stories we'd read about skinwalkers felt like nothing more than campfire folklore. Fun little ghost stories to spice up the trip. We laughed them off. That was our first mistake. The sun began to bleed across the horizon, painting the canyon in hues of orange and purple. We got a fire going, its crackle and pop a comforting sound in the vast, encroaching darkness. We roasted marshmallows, told stupid jokes, and for a while, everything was perfect. The stars overhead were a brilliant, glittering canopy, unlike anything you can see in the city. But as the night deepened, a strange quiet fell over the canyon. The usual chirping of crickets and the rustle of small animals just stopped. An unnatural silence pressed in on us. Then, Ever the Joker tried to break the tension. Whoa, spooky quiet. Maybe the coyotes are having a silent disco. We all chuckled, but it was a nervous sound. That's when we heard the first noise. A faint whistle, carried on the wind. It was a simple, 3-note tune, and it seemed to come from the direction of the spire. Liam squinted into the darkness. Probably just the wind moving through the rocks, he said, trying to sound convinced. But the whistle came again, a little closer this time, clearer. It was definitely a whistle. It wasn't the wind in a war. Pa said the fire was our only bubble of light and warmth in a sea of black. We were all on edge, our conversation strained. Then, Chloe gasped and pointed toward the edge of the firelight. Did you guys see that? We all looked. There was nothing there but shifting shadows cast by the dancing flames. I thought I saw something moving. Low to the ground, she whispered, her voice trembling. We tried to brush it off as a trick of the light, an overactive imagination fueled by the eerie silence. But we all found ourselves staring a little harder into the darkness beyond our camp. The whistling stopped. For a moment, we felt a wave of relief. Maybe it really was just some weird echo. And then, we heard a new sound, a voice. It was faint, barely audible over the crackling fire, and it said my name. Alex. It was a raspy whisper, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It sounded distorted, as if someone was trying to mimic a human voice but couldn't quite get it right. My blood ran cold. I looked at my friends. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide. They'd heard it too. "Okay, that's not funny, Ben," Liam said, his voice tight. Ben held up his hands. "Wasn't me, I swear." Before anyone could say anything else, the voice came again. This time with a different name. Chloe. It was closer now, just beyond the reach of our firelight. Chloe let out a small, terrified whimper and pulled her knees to her chest. It was her voice, but not her voice. It was a twisted, mocking imitation. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Panic started to set in. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't the wind. The stories we'd laughed about earlier came rushing back. The tales of creatures that could imitate the voices of your loved ones, luring you out into the dark. Skinwalkers. We threw more wood on the fire, desperate to make it bigger, brighter. The flames roared to life, pushing the darkness back a few more feet. We huddled together, a small island of terrified humans. Then, the voice spoke again, using Liam's voice this time, calling out Ben's name. "Ben, come here." It was a perfect mimicry, but filled with a malice that made my stomach churn. We didn't dare move. We just sat there, frozen, listening as this thing cycled through our names, using our own voices against us. It was a form of psychological torture. It was trying to separate us, to pick us off one by preying on our trust. The air grew thick with a foul, musky odor, like a wet dog mixed with something rotten. We could hear it circling our campsite, the soft padding of what sounded like heavy paws on the sandy soil, always just out of sight. Sometimes we'd hear a low growl, other times a click or a strange chattering sound. For what felt like an eternity, we were trapped in this nightmare. No one spoke. The only sounds were the fire, our own ragged breathing, and the horrifying chorus of our own voices calling out from the darkness. We kept our eyes on the fire, feeding it logs whenever it started to die down, believing it was the only thing keeping us safe. The legends said they were afraid of fire. We prayed the legends were true. The first rays of dawn were the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. As the sky began to lighten from black to a deep indigo, the sound stopped. The oppressive silence returned, but this time it felt like a reprieve. The foul smell dissipated. We waited, not daring to believe it was over, until the sun was fully above the canyon rim, bathing the entire landscape in golden light. We had survived the night. We didn't even bother with breakfast. We threw our gear into our packs with trembling hands, our eyes constantly scanning the rocks around us. We didn't say a word as we hiked out, moving faster than we ever had before. Around our abandoned campsite, we saw tracks. They were strange, a disturbing mix of something canine and something human, larger than any animal track we knew. They had circled our fire pit over and over again. We never went back to Spider Rock. Sometimes, late at night when it's too quiet, I can still hear it, that raspy, distorted whisper, saying my name. It serves as a chilling reminder that there are some places in this world where the old stories are more than just stories, and that some things are better left undisturbed. The desert holds ancient secrets. And that night, we stumbled upon one that wasn't meant for us. Thank you so much for listening to my story. It's a heavy one, I know. If you've ever had a similar experience, or just enjoyed tales of the unexplained, please hit that like button and subscribe for more. Stay safe out there, and always respect the legends of the land you're on. The dust here in Iraq, it gets into everything. Your lungs, your gear, your soul. But what I saw one night, that wasn't dust. It was something else, entirely. We were on overwatch at a canal bridge checkpoint, just outside a small village south of Baghdad. Me, Corporal Evans, and PFC Miller. It was a 3-man team, standard procedure. The nights were the worst. The silence was heavy, thick, and it pressed in on you from all sides. The only thing breaking it was the hum of our generator and the occasional stray dog barking in the distance. We were rotating shifts. It was my turn on the NVG's night vision goggles. Around 0200 hours, I was scanning the canal. The water was black, like ink, reflecting the pale green world through my lenses. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. Evans was trying to stay awake, sipping on a rippet, and Miller was half asleep against a stack of sandbags. I swept my gaze from the far bank to the bridge, then down to the water's surface. And that's when I saw it. Footsteps. Not on the bank, not on the bridge. On the water. They appeared out of nowhere, right in the middle of the canal. Slow, deliberate splashes, glowing eerie green in my goggles, one after the other, moving from the far side towards our position. But there was nothing there, just the ripples, spreading outwards in perfect circles, as if an invisible man was taking a midnight stroll across the surface. My blood ran cold. I ripped the NVGs off my face, blinking into the pitch-black darkness. I saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. The water was still. The only sound was the thumping of my own heart in my ears. I put the goggles back on, my hands trembling slightly. The footsteps were still there, closer now. Splash! 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 Marching steadily towards our checkpoint. Evans, I whispered, my voice hoarse. You seeing this? He reached down and grabbed the extra NV. He stared for a long moment, his jaw tight. What the hell am I looking at, Sergeant? Footsteps, I said. On the water. Miller was awake now, drawn by the tension in our voices. He didn't have goggles, so he just stared into the darkness where we were pointing. The splashes were getting louder now, even without the amplification of the cum system. It sounded like someone wading through the shallows, but we were looking at the deepest part of the canal. There's no one there, Miller, I said, his voice tight with panic. I know, Evans said, his eyes glued to the water, but I hear it, and I see it. The invisible figure was nearing our bank. The steps were slow, methodical, heavy, like someone carrying a great weight. Splash, splash. Then they stopped, right at the edge of the water, directly below our position. The silence that followed was 1,000 times worse than the noise. We held our breath, waiting. Every nerve in my body was screaming. Then we heard a new sound. A wet, dragging noise. It was coming up the muddy bank towards us. It sounded like wet canvas being pulled over rocks and gravel. Scraping, sloshing, getting closer and closer to the concertina wire at the base of our post. I chambered around in my M4, the click echoing loud in the stillness. Evans did the same. Identify yourself, I shouted, my voice cracking. The protocol felt absurd, but it was all I could think to do. No response. Just that awful, wet, dragging sound. It was right at the wire now. I could see the strands of barbed wire shaking and vibrating through my NVGs. Something was pushing against it, testing it. The metal groaned in protest. I have a visual on something. At the wire, Evans stammered into his radio. Can't identify. It's not a person. He was right. Through the green haze of my night vision, I could finally make out a shape. It was a tangle of something. It looked like old, rotted burlap sacks, dripping with black water and mud. But it was moving. It pulsed and shifted, pushing against the wire, trying to get through. And from within that tangled mass, I saw something glint. It was a piece of metal, reflecting the faint starlight. It looked like the buckle of an old web belt. Suddenly, a voice came out of it. It wasn't a human voice. It was a gurgle, a wet, choking sound that seemed to bubble up from the depths of the canal itself. It spoke one word, a word we'd heard 100 times from the locals, but never like this. It was distorted, ancient, and filled with a hatred so profound it felt like a physical blow. Go. It wasn't a request. It was a command that resonated in our bones. We all recoiled at once. The thing at the wire gave one final, violent shove. A section of the concertina ripped free from its anchor post with a screech of tortured metal. That was it. That was the moment we broke. "Fall back!" I yelled. "Fall back to the main CP." We didn't need a second invitation. We grabbed our essential gear and scrambled out of that sandbag nest of ours, not even daring to look back. We ran. We ran harder than we'd ever run from enemy fire. We could hear that wet, dragging sound following us for a few yards before it faded away, replaced once again by the oppressive silence of the Iraqi night. We made it back to the main base, babbling our story to the watch commander. They sent a quick reaction force back to the bridge. They found the checkpoint empty, just as we'd left it. The only thing out of place was the section of concertina wire, torn and lying in the dirt, still dripping with foul-smelling canal water. They logged it as unexplained activity, but we knew what we saw. We never spoke of it again after that night. Not to each other. Not to Anyon. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I'm back in that green-tinted world. I see the footsteps on the water, marching towards me, and I hear that gurgling voice telling me to go. Some things you leave behind in the dust, and some things, they follow you home. Thanks for tuning in. If these stories are what you crave in the dead of night, be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. You won't want to miss what crawls out of the darkness next. Stay safe out there. The desert at night is a different world. The heat of the day bleeds away, leaving a silence so profound you can hear your own heartbeat. That's what I used to think. Anyway, now that silence terrifies me. I work as a night auditor for a massive solar farm, miles from the nearest town. Just me, a million glass panels, and the endless, whispering sand. My job is simple. Drive the grid, check for damage, and log any anomalies. Usually, it's a cracked panel from a bird strike or a loose connection. But last Tuesday, I logged an anomaly that wasn't on any checklist. It started around 2 a.m., deep in the southern sector. The moonlight was so bright, it made the solar panels look like a frozen, black ocean. I was cruising along in my electric cart. The only sound, the quiet hum of its motor and the crunch of gravel under the tires. That's when I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of my headlights. Primera slowed down, expecting a coyote or maybe a jackrabbit. But this was wrong. It was tall, impossibly lean, and moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. It scrambled over a low dune and vanished before I could get a good look. I shook my head, blaming the long hours and the desert's knack for playing tricks on the eyes. I noted a possible large animal sighting in my log and kept going, trying to push the unease out of my mind. An hour later, I was in Sector Gamma, the most remote part of the farm. The panels here are the newest, gleaming under the stars. I parked the cart to inspect a panel that had flagged a minor power fluctuation. I pulled out my multi-tool, crouched down, and shined my headlamp on the connection port. Everything looked fine. As Primera stood up, I caught my reflection in the dark, mirror-like surface of the panel. The moonlit sky, the endless rows of glass, and me a lone figure in a high-waist jacket. But then, my blood ran cold. In the reflection, just over my shoulder, a face was staring back. It wasn't human. The eyes were too wide, too dark, and they glowed with a faint, predatory light, like a deep-sea creature. The mouth was stretched into a grotesque, impossibly wide grin, filled with teeth that were too long, too sharp. Its skin looked like stretched, sun-baked leather. I froze, every muscle in my body screaming to run, but my feet felt bolted to the ground. I could feel its presence behind me, a palpable cold that had nothing to do with the night air. I could almost smell it, a dry, dusty scent, like an old tomb, mixed with something sickly sweet, like rotting meat. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. I didn't dare turn around. The face in the reflection was all I could see, its horrifying grin seeming to widen as it watched me. I forced myself to take a slow, shaky breath. Don't look away from the reflection. Don't let it know you see it. That was the only thought I could form. The face in the panel tilted its head. A slow, deliberate movement that was utterly wrong. A low sound scraped through the silence. A guttural clicking, like stones being knocked together. It was a sound of mimicry. A failed attempt at language. Then, a voice whispered right behind my ear. A dry, raspy imitation of my supervisor's voice. Everything. Okay. Out there, Ben. My supervisor's name is Dave. My name is Mark. It had heard our radio check-ins. It was learning. That. Bro. The spell. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded my system. I didn't scream. I didn't have the air. I just spun around and I didn't look back. I threw myself into the cart, fumbling with the ignition key with trembling hands. The engine would to life, and I slammed my foot on the accelerator, tearing away into the darkness. As I sped down the narrow service road, I risked a glance in the side mirror. It was there, keeping pace with the cart, running on all fours with a speed that defied nature. Its long, spindly limbs pumped like pistons, and its head was craned towards me, that same terrible grin plastered on its face. It wasn't just chasing me, it was toying with me. It could have caught me at any moment. I swerved frantically, my mind racing. The main gate was miles away. I wouldn't make it. Then I remembered the old maintenance shed, a reinforced concrete bunker from the farm's initial construction phase. It was less than half a mile away. It was my only chance. I veered off the main path, bumping over the rough desert floor, praying the cart wouldn't flip. The creature followed, its clicking laughter echoing behind me. It sounded like a hyena, choking on gravel. I could see the shed now, a squat, dark shape against the horizon. I floored it, the cart groaning in protest. I skidded to a halt, jumped out while it was still moving, and ran for the heavy steel door. I fumbled with the lock, my hands slick with sweat. The clicking was getting closer, louder. The lock finally gave, and I threw myself inside, slamming the heavy door shut just as a massive weight slammed against it from the outside. The impact shook the entire structure. I scrambled to slide the heavy deadbolt into place. A second later, another thunderous boom echoed through the small space. Then, another. It was trying to break the door down. Primera vez que dawai, my flashlight beam dancing wildly on the concrete walls. Then came the scratching. A high-pitched, metallic screeching as its claws raked down the steel door, leaving deep gouges. And then the voice started again. It cycled through voices it must have overheard on the radio. A female dispatcher's voice, distorted and hollow. Unit 4, what's your 20? Then a gruff maintenance worker. Gonna need a new inverter on panel 7B. Each voice was a perfect mimicry, but with a horrifying, underlying rasp. It was a collection of stolen sounds. Then, it used my voice. Let me in, it whispered. A perfect, chilling copy of my own tone. It's cold out here. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. This couldn't be real. It was a nightmare, but the thudding against the door, the scraping claws, the stolen voices, they were all too real. The assault on the door continued for what felt like an eternity. Boom. Scrape. Whisper. Over and over. I huddled in the far corner, watching the door, expecting it to buckle at any moment. Then, as the first hint of dawn began to lighten the sky, it stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the noise. I stayed there, frozen, for another hour, until the sun was fully up, streaming through the small, barred window. I finally mustered the courage to unbolt the door and peek outside. The desert was calm, bathed in the gentle morning light. There was nothing there, no creature, no tracks, nothing. But the door told a different story. It was covered in deep sabache gugas, and a large dent marked the spot where the creature had slammed against it. I got on the radio and called my supervisor, my voice barely a whisper. I told him I was sick, that I had to leave. I couldn't tell him the truth. Who would believe me? I quit that day. I packed my things and drove until the desert was just a shimmering line in my rearview mirror. I still have nightmares, I see that face reflected in every dark window, every polished surface. I hear that clicking sound in the dead of night. I know what I saw. The desert doesn't just play tricks on your eyes. It holds ancient things. Things that watch and wait. And sometimes, in the dead of night, they come out to play, wearing the faces and voices of those they hunt. I was lucky to escape with just a story. But I'll always wonder, when I look in the mirror, whose face might be looking back from just behind me. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If you've ever had a strange encounter in the middle of nowhere, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. And if you enjoyed this, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel for more stories from the dark corners of the world. Stay safe out there. The crisp mountain air was still thick with a pre-dawn chill, the kind that bites at your exposed skin and makes you question leaving a warm bed. My brother, Liam, and I were out for our favorite ritual, foraging for morel mushrooms at first light. We'd been doing this since we were kids, taught by our grandfather who knew these woods like the back of his hand. He'd always told us to respect the forest, to listen to its whispers, and to never, ever whistle after dark. Old superstitions, we thought. But that morning, we would learn that some warnings are etched in more than just folklore. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, just beginning to bleed into shades of orange and pink at the horizon. Our headlamps cut cones of light through the lingering mist, illuminating the damp, mossy ground. It was perfect morel weather. The thrill of the hunt was already buzzing in my veins. "See anything yet?" Liam whispered, his voice a puff of white in the cold air. I shook my head, my eyes scanning the base of a cluster of old oak trees. That's when I heard it. A faint rustle in the undergrowth, just beyond the reach of our lights. Probably just a deer, Remetta told myself, but an unsettling feeling began to prickle at the back of my neck. We pushed deeper, the familiar path growing less distinct. The silence of the woods was different today. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy, expectant. Liam stopped, suddenly, holding up a hand. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice tight. I strained my ears, hearing only the thumping of my own heart. "Hear what?" I replied, trying to keep my tone light. He didn't answer. He just stood frozen, his headlamp beam fixed on a spot in the darkness. I followed his gaze. There, partially hidden behind a thicket of ferns, was a shape. It was vaguely humanoid, but its proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too thin, its limbs bent at angles that made my stomach churn. "What is that?" I breathed, a cold dread washing over me. Liam slowly started to back away, pulling me with him. "Don't look at it," he hissed. "Just walk. Don't run." But my eyes were glued to the figure. As it stepped out from the shadows, the beam of my headlamp caught its face. It had no face. It was a smooth, pale expanse of skin, like a mannequin, except for two dark, hollow pits where eyes should have been. And then it moved, scuttling sideways with an unnatural speed that defied logic. It wasn't chasing us. It was flanking us, herding us. Panic finally broke through my paralysis. We turned and ran. We didn't care about the path anymore. We just crashed through the brush, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. Behind us, I could hear it keeping pace, the sound of its unnatural gait, a sickening crunch of leaves and snapping twigs. But there was another sound, too. A voice. It was faint at first, a mimicry of a bird call, then a coyote's howl, each one perfectly replicated, but with an underlying, distorted quality that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was getting closer. We burst into a small clearing, gasping for breath, our lungs on fire. We thought we'd lost it. The first rays of sunlight were finally piercing through the canopy, painting the clearing in golden stripes. A fragile sense of relief washed over me. I think we're okay," Liam panted, leaning against a tree. I nodded, trying to slow my frantic heartbeat. And then the voice came again, clear as a bell, right next to my ear. It was our grandfather's voice. "You boys should have listened. it said. I whipped my head around. No one was there. Liam's eyes were wide with terror. What was that? He whispered, his face pale. The voice spoke again, this time mimicking my mother. Come home, boys. Supper's ready. It was a chorus of the familiar, a symphony of the loved, all twisted into something monstrous. The sounds were coming from all around us now, echoing through the trees. We were surrounded. We huddled together in the center of the clearing, back to back, our headlamps darting wildly into the woods, but we saw nothing. Only the trees, the mist, and the growing daylight. Then, the worst part happened. I felt a strange vibration in my own chest, a tickle in my throat. I tried to shout to Liam, to tell him to run, but the words wouldn't come. My mouth opened, but the voice that came out wasn't mine. It was a perfect imitation of Liam's. It's okay, Jake. It's just me. Liam stared at me, his expression a mask of pure horror. What did you say? He stammered. I shook my head frantically, trying to tell him it wasn't me, but I had no control. My own throat betrayed me, the alien voice using my vocal cords as its instrument. I'm right here. My mouth sighed in Liam's voice. A low, guttural laugh followed, a sound that seemed to crawl from the deepest pit of my stomach. It was inside me. This thing, this creature, it wasn't just mimicking us from the shadows. It had found a way in. I could feel it coiling in my chest, a cold, foreign presence puppeteering my own body. I looked at my hands, expecting them to look different, twisted, but they were just my hands, shaking uncontrollably. The terror wasn't just around me anymore. It was part of me. Liam backed away, his eyes locked on mine, filled with a terror I've never seen before and hoped to never see again. He wasn't looking at his brother anymore. He was looking at a monster wearing my skin. Get out of him, he screamed, his voice cracking. The thing inside me laughed again, a dry, rattling sound that vibrated through my bones. We were having so much fun. My lips curled into a smile that felt alien on my face. Don't you want to play a game? My own body was a cage, and something ancient and evil held the key. We never found any mushrooms that day. We barely found our way out of the woods, stumbling onto a logging road as the sun climbed high in the sky. I don't remember much of the journey back. All I remember is the feeling of that presence, slowly receding as the daylight grew stronger, like a parasite releasing its host. By the time we got to the truck, my voice was my own again, raw and hoarse. We never spoke about what happened, not a single word. We sold our foraging gear and never went back to those woods. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone, I feel a phantom tickle in my throat. I'll clear it, and for a terrifying second, I'll hear nature, a perfect mimicry of my own voice, whispering from the darkness, and I know it's still out there, waiting for someone else to ignore the warnings and wander into its woods at first light. Thank you so much for joining me for this story. If it sent a chill down your spine, please hit that like button and subscribe for more tales from the shadows. Stay safe out there, and remember, always listen to the whispers of the woods. I'll never forget the night we called mile 214. The billboard site sat 20 miles east of Tuba City, a steel skeleton rising out of the desert. I was the new guy on the crew, still learning the job. My partner for night work was Vic, a veteran installer who knew these structures like the back of his hand. His rules were simple. Sleep in twice, and never, ever, listen if the wind starts to sound like a person. We had a rush job. A new ad had to be up before sunrise. We had a tight window between 2 and 4 a.m. to get the lights on and get it done. The night was dead quiet, that kind of flat silence where every sound carries 4 miles. Vic tossed a coil of static line at me. Tie off to the center bay, he grunted. If the wind kicks, we bail. I'm not scraping you off a fence at dawn. We started to climb. Every rung hummed under our boots. At the top, on the catwalk, I clipped my harness to the lifeline and the back rail. 2 clicks, like a prayer, said twice. The floodlights buzzed on, washing the desert in a sickly, silver light. We worked in silence, knife Peel, anchor. The new ad was for a casino, a smiling singer pointing toward the horizon. Around 2:40 a.m., the wind picked up, pressing the vinyl skin so hard it boomed like a drum. Vic signaled to hold. We waited for the air to calm, and in that pause, I heard it. A low hum that wasn't the wind. It stretched into a thin, reedy voice that whispered my name. Eli? I looked at Vic. He hadn't noticed. The hum rose up through the steel, into the soles of my boots. Asterisk Eli. Careful. I swallowed hard and double-checked my clips. The steel felt warm, which made no sense. We went back to work. Vic moved left. I slid right. The safety line between us hung in a gentle, slack curve. A few minutes later, the slack changed. It didn't tug from the wind. It lifted. The rope rose off the grating, flattening out in the air like someone had picked it up between a thumb and forefinger. I felt my harness pull tight against my ribs. A polite, gentle pull. I froze. Vic, I said, my voice tight. You got the line? He didn't answer, just kept working. The line pulled tighter. A steady pressure. I reached down to ease it, and my fingers brushed against something where no hand should be. It was warm. Dry. The shock was so intense, I yanked my hand back. The carabiner on my harness creaked under the strain. Stop that, I whispered. Instantly, the line went slack. It slithered across the deck toward Vic. He looked up, frowning, and reached for it. Before his glove could touch it, the rope jumped again, looping itself around a steel stanchion near his hip. It cinched once, not tight. Just... Vic swore. We both stared at the slack rope, lying still on the grated floor. My heart was pounding a rhythm against the catwalk. Wind trick, Vic said, but his voice lacked conviction. There was no wind. We went back to work, because what else could you do? Knife, peel, anchor. The familiar motions were a small comfort. At 3:07, the lamp right above me popped and died, plunging my section into darkness. From the wash below, a coyote yipped. Another answered, but this one had a human-like drag of breath at the end. Then the voice came again, clear as day, mimicking my mother's warning tone from when I was a kid. Asterisk, Eli, careful. It was a voice I hadn't heard since her funeral. My mouth went dry. Almost done, Vic said, his voice steady. Ride it out. The lamp flickered back to life. We finished the top edge and moved to the lower seam. This is the riskiest part. If the wind gets under the vinyl now, the whole thing becomes a giant sail. I clipped in a third time, just in case, and leaned out. The safety line tightened again, but this time it felt like it was guiding me, pulling me gently to the left, shepherding me into the perfect position. I whispered, I'm fine, and the line went slack. I cranked the ratchet. The seam lay clean. Good, Vic said. Then, at 3:27, I felt it. A new weight on the line between us. A definite, unmistakable feeling of another body clipping in. The rope sagged, then drew tight, as if someone was pulling themselves up from below on an invisible rope. The line pressed down on the top rail, and in the dust, I saw the indentation. 5 arcs. The clear shape of a handprint. My radio squawked. It was my own voice, a recording from last week, joking about hazard pay. It ended with my own laugh, then a click. Vic had heard enough. His eyes were wide now, scanning the darkness. Do you want something? He called out into the empty air. A long pause, then another voice spoke, this time an older woman. My blood ran cold. Come down now, she said. It's not. Safe. It was my mother's voice again. Loving. Worried. The sound seemed to come from the wind and from the rope itself. I shook my head. That's not her. Vic understood. He didn't offer any cheap explanations. He just spoke to the rope like it was a stray animal. We're leaving, friend. We'll pack neat and go. You don't need to pull us. The line tugged once. Hard. Not toward the ladder, toward the open air. The drop. The nothingness. It pulled patiently, trying to guide my feet over the edge. My toes lifted off the grating. My stomach flipped. Vic moved like lightning. He threw his secondary line around my waist and yanked me back. The invisible force on my main line yanked back. Harder. My harness groaned. The carabiner screamed. For a terrifying second, I was caught between two worlds. Vic pulling me to safety, and this thing pulling me into the void. Let go, I screamed, not knowing which one I was talking to. The invisible one obeyed. The pressure vanished. I collapsed onto the catwalk, hugging the cold steel. We packed up in a blur. Vic never looked at the rope again. I couldn't stop looking at it. When I finally unclipped, there was a faint gray smear on my D-ring, right where it had been held. It smelled like rusted rain. We drove back in total silence. Just before the billboard vanished in the rearview mirror, Vic finally spoke. If it takes your name, it can pull you where your name goes. Keep your name out of the wind. 2 weeks later, we went back for a daylight repair. An old woman selling jewelry under a tree called us over. Her eyes were like ancient amber. She said, very calmly, "That voice is like to borrow rope," she told me. "If a rope starts to pull you somewhere your feet haven't agreed to go, you can make your name heavy." She had me try it. I was Eli, I said. I had been Eli. I will have been Eli. She smiled. The wind, she explained, prefers the present tense. It sounds like a door that's already open. It's happened since, on other jobs. A little tug, a little test. But now, I know what to do. A whisper. I will have been Eli. And the pool lets go, like a hand that's reached for the wrong person. So if you ever find yourself high above the ground on a quiet night, and your safety line tightens in a hand you can't see, don't speak your name, cleep in twice. And remember, some grips aren't meant to catch you. They're meant to lead you. And the desert has no shortage of places to be led. Thanks for listening to my story. If you enjoyed it, please hit that like button and subscribe for more Tailies from the Edge. Stay safe out there. The desert at dusk is a strange place. The colors bleed into each other. Purples and oranges smearing across the sky like a bruised sunset. My buddy, Liam, and I were out there to capture exactly that. We're amateur drone photographers, always chasing that perfect, otherworldly shot. That evening, we were deep in the Arizona wilderness, miles from any town, just the two of us, my drone, and the vast, silent landscape. We'd been flying for about an hour, getting some incredible footage of the sun dipping below the jagged mesas. The drone, a Mavic 3, was buzzing high above us, a tiny speck against the darkening sky. I was piloting the eyes glued to the controller's screen, while Liam acted as a spotter. "Bring it a little to the left," he'd say. "Catch that light hitting the canyon wall." It was perfect. We were in our element, completely absorbed. That's when I noticed the battery warning. "Heads up, Liam. Down to 15%. I'm gonna start bringing it home pre-meta-toggled to return to home feature." And the drone started its slow, automated descent back to our launch point. We watched a familiar routine, but as it got closer, something felt off. On my screen, I could see the live feed. The drone was flying over a patch of dense, thorny scrub brush, and then I saw it. A figure. It was moving through the brush with an unnatural speed, keeping pace with the drone. "Whoa, check this out," I said, pointing at the screen. "Is that a person? What are they doing out here?" Liam squinted, shielding his eyes from the last rays of light. "I don't see anyone," he said, scanning the area. The drone was flying over. I looked up from the screen. 10 bite down. On the feed, the figure was still there, dark and lanky, almost scrambling on all fours. But when I looked at the actual landscape, there was nothing. just swaying bushes and lengthening shadows. A cold knot formed in my stomach. "No, man. Look," I insisted, showing him the screen. "It's right there." Keeping pace, Liam leaned in. His eyes widened. "What? ... Is that? It's moving so fast." We watched, mesmerized and increasingly unnerved, as this asterisk thing, darted between cacti and rocks, its movements jerky and wrong. It wasn't human. It was too fast, too low to the ground. It looked like a distorted animal, but it had the vague shape of a person. The battery indicator flashed red. 5%. "Crap," I muttered, my hands getting sweaty. "It needs to land now." The drone was only about 50 feet away from us, beginning its final landing sequence. The figure on the screen was getting closer to it. It was almost directly underneath the drone now. My heart was pounding. This was impossible. We were standing right there, and we couldn't see anything with our own eyes. Only the drone's camera could. Then, the battery hit 1%. The screen flickered. "Low battery. Auto landing." Just as the drone was about 10 feet off the ground, the controller screen went black. The feed was dead. "No! No!" I yelled. We both looked up at the drone, now just a dark shape against the last of the twilight. It touched down silently on the dusty ground. For a moment, there was just the sound of the wind. Liam and I just stared at each other, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Was it a glitch? A trick of the light? But we both knew what we saw. We hesitated, neither of us wanting to be the first to walk over to the drone. The sun had completely set now, and the desert was plunged into a deep, inky darkness. I fumbled for my headlamp and clicked it on. Its beam cut a nervous path through the night. "Okay," I said, my voice shaky. "Let's just grab it and go." Now we started walking toward the drone, our footsteps sounding way too loud in the silence. The spot where it landed was only a short distance away, near a cluster of large boulders. As we got closer, an awful smell hit me. It was coppery and foul, like a slaughterhouse. "You smell that?" Liam whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, unable to speak. My headlamp beam found the drone. It was sitting there, intact. But something was wrong. There was a dark, wet smear across the top of it, and a few coarse, dark hairs were stuck to the casing. My blood ran cold. That smell. It was coming from the drone. Liam gagged. "What is that?" Before I could answer, we heard a sound. It was a low, guttural click, coming from the direction of the boulders, just beyond the drone. It sounded like someone clicking their tongue, but it was deeper, more resonant, more animal. We froze. My light darted towards the sound, but the beam just bounced off the dark rock face. Then we heard it again, closer this time. Asterisk. Click, asterisk. It was followed by a chillingly perfect imitation of a baby's cry. It echoed through the canyon, high-pitched and desperate. It was so real, so full of pain, that, for a split second, my instinct was to run toward it, to help, but my rational mind screamed at me. There were no babies out here. "Liam," I whispered, my voice barely a tremor. "We need to leave the drone. We need to go. Right now." He didn't need convincing. As we started backing away, slowly, carefully, the crying stopped. It was replaced by a new sound, a voice. It was my voice. "Hey guys, wait up!" It called out from the darkness behind the boulders, just grabbing the drone. It was a perfect mimicry of my own voice, every inflection, every nuance, but it was empty, soulless. We didn't wait to hear any more. We turned and ran. We sprinted through the darkness, thorns tearing at our clothes, rocks tripping our feet. We didn't look back. The sounds followed us. My own voice, then Liam's, calling out to each other. Laughter that sounded like grinding rocks. A coyote's howl that morphed into a human scream. It was a symphony of terror, chasing us all the way back to the truck. We threw ourselves inside, locking the doors. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get it into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the truck into drive, peeling out onto the dirt track. In the rearview mirror, my headlights illuminated the desert we were fleeing, and for a fraction of a second, I saw it, standing on the track where our truck had been parked. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs bent at angles that were just ... wrong. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over its frame, and its eyes glowed faintly in the headlights, like a predator's. Then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness as we sped away. We never went back for the drone. The footage, the smell, the sounds, they're burned into my memory. We reported it, of course. The park rangers listened, cabellos polite, skeptical looks, and talked about coyotes and mountain lions being clever mimics. But we know what we saw. We know what we heard. The drone's battery died. But that thing, it didn't need a battery to follow us. It was watching us through the camera. And when the camera went dark, it just kept coming. We captured something on that drone. Something ancient and hungry that lives in the desert's quiet places. And I'm terrified that it remembers what we look like. Thanks for listening to my story. It's something I had to get off my chest. Be careful out there. You never know what's watching. If you enjoyed this, please consider liking the video and subscribing for more strange tales. Stay safe. The sound of wind chimes usually brings a sense of peace, a gentle melody on a summer breeze. But not anymore. Not for me. No, that sound is a harbinger, a chilling reminder of what I saw at the Four Corners gas station, long after midnight. It was the sound that introduced me to the thing that wore the chimes, the thing that wasn't human. My cross-country trip was already running behind schedule. The digital clock on my dashboard glowed an angry 1:17 a.m. as I pulled into the loneliest gas station I'd ever seen. It was a single, flickering oasis of light in a vast, dark desert somewhere in the heart of Navajo Nation territory. Day sign read Four Corners Gas, but it felt more like the edge of the world. The wind was howling, a mournful, empty sound that seemed to carry whispers from the surrounding mesas. I just needed gas and a strong coffee to push through to the next town. That was the plan. Anyway, as I stepped out of my car, the wind hit me with a physical force, and with it came that sound, a discordant, frantic clanging. It wasn't the gentle tinkling of wind chimes. It was a chaotic, metallic jangling. I looked up and saw them hanging from the awning of the station's small convenience store. They were made of bone and antlers, twisting violently in the gale. An old Navajo man was sitting on a bench just outside the door, wrapped in a thick wool blanket, seemingly unfazed by the storm. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles, and his eyes, dark and deep, were fixed on me. "Nasty night to be out," he said, his voice raspy, barely audible over the wind. "The spirits are restless." I offered a nervous smile and mumbled something about being in a hurry. He just nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the darkness beyond the gas pumps. I tried to ignore the unsettling feeling crawling up my spine and went inside. The store was empty except for a young woman behind the counter, who looked as tired as I felt. I grabbed a coffee and paid for the gas, the clanging of the bone chimes somehow penetrating the glass and walls. It was unnerving, like an alarm bell you couldn't turn off. "What's with the wind chimes?" I asked, trying to make small talk. She glanced outside, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "The owners," he says, "they keep things away." She didn't elaborate. She didn't have to. Back at the pump, the wind seemed to have gotten stronger, and the jangling was more frantic than ever. I fumbled with the gas cap, my fingers numb from the cold. As the tank filled, I kept glancing over my shoulder. The old man was still there, a silent statue on the bench. The desert stretched out into an impenetrable blackness, and I felt a primal fear of being so exposed. That's when I heard it again, mixed with the wind and the chimes. A voice. It was faint, mimicking the sound of a woman crying for help. "Please, help me." My head snapped up. I scanned the darkness. Nothing. It had to be the wind, playing tricks on my tired mind. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself I was just spooked. But then I heard it again, closer this time, from the direction of the public restrooms around the side of the building. "Please, I'm hurt." The voice was filled with such desperation, such genuine pain, that my resolve to leave immediately began to crumble. Was someone in trouble? I looked over at the old man on the bench. His eyes were wide now, locked on me, and he gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. A clear warning. My logical brain screamed at me to get in the car and drive, but the sound of that woman's cries pulled at something in me. Against every instinct, I started walking toward the restrooms, my heart hammering against my ribs. The clanging of the bone chimes seemed to get louder, more frantic, as if they were screaming a warning directly at me. As I rounded the corner, the crying stopped. The air became unnaturally still. The restroom doors were propped open, swinging gently in the breeze. A single light above them flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Only the wind answered, whistling through the cracks in the old building. The sense of dread was suffocating now. I knew I had made a terrible mistake. I took a hesitant step closer, peering into the shadows. That's when I saw a figure huddled in the corner, just beyond the reach of the light. It was on all fours, its back to me. It looked wrong. The proportions were all off. The limbs were too long, the joints bending at unnatural angles. It was making a low, guttural noise, a wet, clicking sound. The smell hit me then, the coppery scent of blood and something else, something wild and musky. My blood ran cold. The figure's head slowly, mechanically, began to turn towards me. It wasn't human. The face was a grotesque parody, a stretched and distorted mask of flesh over a long, canine muzzle. Its eyes glowed with a faint, predatory luminescence in the dim light, and around its neck, tangled in matted fur, were the source of the jangling. Bones, antlers, the wind chimes. It let out a low growl, and then it spoke, its voice a perfect imitation of the crying woman. "Help me," it rasped, a cruel mockery that sent a bolt of pure terror through me. The creature unfolded itself, rising to a height that defied belief. It was impossibly tall, its gaunt frame silhouetted against the flickering light. It took a step towards me, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being controlled by a malevolent puppeteer. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat was paralyzed with fear. I just turned and ran. I've never run so fast in my life. The sound of its heavy, loping footsteps was right behind me, punctuated by that horrific, frantic clanging of the bones around its neck. I didn't dare look back. I could feel its presence, a wave of cold malice pressing in on me. I scrambled into my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fit the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life on the first try, a small miracle. As I slammed the car into drive, the creature was at my window. I saw its face for a split second, its glowing eyes burning with ancient hatred, its lipless mouth stretching into a grin that revealed rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. It raised a long, clawed hand and slammed it against the glass, the impact vibrating through the entire car. I stomped on the accelerator, tires squealing as I peeled out of the gas station, leaving a cloud of dust and gravel in my wake. I drove like a madman, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. For miles, I could see a tall, dark shape standing in the middle of the highway, bathed in the red glow of my taillights. And even over the sound of my engine and the radio I'd cranked to full volume, I could have sworn I still heard it. The faint, discordant jangling of bone wind chimes, carried on the desert wind. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. To this day, I can't hear wind chimes without feeling that same icy dread. I don't know what that thing was, but the old man on the bench knew. He knew what the chimes were for. They weren't a decoration. They were an alarm. An alarm for the thing that hunts in the dark, the thing that mimics the innocent to lure its prey, the thing that wears the bones of its victims as trophies. So if you are ever driving through the desert late at night and you hear a voice calling for help, just keep driving. Trust me, some things are better left unanswered in the dark. Thanks for tuning in for another story. If you've ever had a similar experience out there in the remote parts of the country, I'd be interested to hear about it in the comments. The old wash behind our ranch was usually bone dry, a dusty scar through the Arizona landscape. But when the monsoon skies turned that bruised purple-gray, it became a raging river. That's why Grandpa built the storm shelter down there, dug into the side of the wash wall, a solid concrete box to wait out the flash floods. He said it was safer than the house. I'm not so sure anymore. I was 12 the summer it happened. The air got heavy, thick, with the smell of rain and wet creosote. Dad's eyes were fixed on the horizon. "Get to the shelter, son. Now," he said, his voice tight. "Take the radio. I'll be right behind you after I get the horses in." I didn't argue. I grabbed the old hand-crank radio, a gallon of water, and scrambled down the crumbling bank into the wash. The wind was already howling, whipping sand into my eyes. I fumbled with the heavy steel door of the shelter, the metal, cool and damp. It swung open with a groan, and I slipped inside, pulling it shut against the rising roar of the storm. The inside was small, smelling of damp earth and concrete. There was a wooden bench, a shelf with some dusty canned food, and an old lantern. I lit the lantern, its warm glow pushing back the absolute darkness. The first fat drops of rain began to hammer on the steel door. Then, the real flood began. It wasn't just rain, it was a wall of water, a freight train of sound. The shelter shuddered. I huddled on the bench, cranking the radio, listening to the static-filled weather reports. An hour passed. Then two. The storm was supposed to have moved on by now, but the roar outside only seemed to get louder. Where was Dad? I started to worry, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. I called for him, my voice swallowed by the storm. Nothing. I was about to risk opening the door when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. It was a scratching, slow, deliberate. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was coming from the wall opposite the door, the one buried deepest in the earth. My blood ran cold. It was impossible. That wall was backed by 20 feet of solid rock and dirt. I froze, straining to listen over the torrent outside. Scrape, scrape, pause, scrape. It was methodical, rhythmic. It sounded like nails or claws being dragged across the concrete. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was a root, shifted by the waterlogged soil. Maybe it was the shelter settling, but the sound was too intentional. My heart hammered against my ribs. I turned up the lantern, its light flickering, and stared at the wall. There was nothing there, just bare, gray concrete. Scrape. It was louder now, more insistent. I pressed against the cold steel door, heart racing. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The only answer was the storm and that relentless, impossible scratching. Then came a new sound, one that made the hair on my arms stand up. A voice. It was faint, distorted by the stone and the storm. But it was there. It sounded like my dad. "Son, let me in. It's me." Relief washed over me for a split second before a tidal wave of terror drowned it out. The voice wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from the scratching wall. "Dad," I called out, my voice cracking. "I'm at the door." The scratching stopped. Silence, except for the raging water. Then the voice again. Closer, clearer, right against the concrete. "No, you're not," it rasped, the voice a perfect mimicry of my father's, but twisted, guttural. "You're confused. Open this wall, son." I'm stuck. I scrambled away from the wall, stumbling over the water jug. It wasn't him. My dad would never sound like that. He knew where the door was. The scratching started again, but faster this time. Frantic, a frantic scraping accompanied by a low, angry growl that vibrated through the floor. It wasn't trying to trick me anymore. It was trying to get through. I huddled in the corner, clutching the radio, my knuckles white. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, for my real dad to come banging on the steel door. Hours crawled by. The scratching would stop for long periods, lulling me into a false sense of security. And then it would start again, sometimes with a soft tapping, other times with a furious, splintering, clawing. It started counting. In that stolen voice of my father's, 1, it whispered from the concrete. I held my breath. A long pause, then a singly deep scratch appeared in the concrete. A dark line in the lantern light. I hadn't seen it happen, but it was there. 2, another scratch, right below the first. It was counting down. But to what? My mind reeled. The storm outside began to subside, the roar of the floodwaters lessening to a steady rush. But the horror inside the shelter was only growing. 3, another mark was gouged into the wall. I watched, mesmerized in terror. The creature, whatever it was marking its time. Or maybe it was marking me. 4, the scratch was deeper this time. A fine gray powder drifted down from it. The voice was getting impatient, the mimicry of my father's voice fraying at the edges, letting a more ancient, animalistic sound bleed through. I knew about the old stories. The tailies, the Navajo elders, told us kids to keep us from wandering off. Stories of beings that could steal the voice and shape of a person. Beings of pure malice. I had always dismissed them as campfire tailies. Not anymore. 5. The clawing was frenzied. Chips of concrete flew from the wall. I could see a network of cracks spreading from the 5 vertical lines it had carved. Suddenly, a heavy banging on the steel door. Son! Michael? Are you in there? It was my dad's voice. His real voice. Full of worry. Coming from the right place. Dad! I screamed, scrambling to the door. Don't open it! The voice from the wall shrieked, a sound of pure fury. The scratching became a deafening, desperate assault on the concrete. Michael, stand back from the door. My dad yelled from outside. I heard the sound of heavy metal scraping against the frame. He was trying to pry it open. The shelter was sealed from the inside. 6. The creature howled, and a chunk of concrete the size of my fist broke loose and fell to the floor. A deep, dark hole was beginning to form. My dad's face appeared in the crack of the door he'd managed to pry open. His eyes were wide with fear. What in God's name is that sound? He yelled. Don't let it out, I sobbed, pointing a shaking finger at the crumbling wall. He saw the marks, the hole. Without a word, he put his shoulder to the door and heaved. The warped metal groaned and finally gave way. He pulled me out into the muddy, post-storm twilight. We didn't look back. We ran. We ran all the way back to the ranch house. The sound of splintering concrete and a final, inhuman scream of rage echoing from the wash behind us. We never used that shelter again. In fact, the next day, my dad and my uncles went down there with a cement mixer and filled the entire thing, right up to the door. No one ever asked why. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I think I can still hear a faint scratching, and I know it's still down there, counting and waiting. Thanks for sticking with me through that one. It still gives me chills, just telling it. If you enjoyed this story and want to hear more tailies from the shadows, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Let me know in the comments if you've ever had an experience you just can't explain. Stay safe out there, and I'll see you in the next one. The desert has a way of playing tricks on your mind, especially at night. The vast emptiness, the way sound travels for miles, it makes you question what's real. But what I experienced out on Cedar Mesa wasn't a trick of the mind. It was something else entirely. Something ancient and hungry. My buddy, Liam, and I had been planning this trip for months. A week of pure unadulterated backcountry camping in Utah. No cell service, no people, just us, the stars, and the towering red rock formations that have stood sentinel for millennia. The first few days were incredible. We hiked canyons, carved by time, discovered hidden arches, and felt like the last 2 people on Earth. By the 5th night, we'd set up camp in a small, sheltered alcove at the base of a massive butte. The air was getting colder, a crisp autumn chill that bit at our exposed skin, so we built a healthy campfire. The flames danced, casting long, flickering shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. We were cooking sausages on sticks, laughing about some stupid thing that happened back in college. The fire crackled, a comforting sound in the immense silence of the desert. That's when Liam suddenly stopped, his sausage drooping towards the coals. He was staring intently at something just beyond the ring of firelight. "What is it?" I asked, my own laughter dying in my throat. He didn't answer right away. He just kept staring, his eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the fire. I strained my ears, listening to the vast, empty quiet. Hear what? The wind. A light breeze was rustling the sparse juniper trees nearby. "No," he said, shaking his head slowly. It sounded like someone whistling, but it was weird. Off-key. Backward. Almost. I listened again, but there was nothing. Probably just a bird. Man. Or the wind in a weird rock formation. "You're getting spooked." I tried to keep my tone light, but an involuntary shiver ran down my spine. The desert at night can do that to you. Every sound is amplified, every shadow a potential threat. We sat in silence for a few minutes. The easy camaraderie was gone, replaced by a tense watchfulness. I tried to dismiss it, to go back to our conversation, but the feeling of being watched was now a palpable presence. It was like a weight pressing in on us from the darkness beyond the fire. Then we both heard it. It was a soft footstep, a single, distinct crunch of sand and rock, not more than 20 feet away. It was heavy. Too heavy for a coyote or a rabbit. My heart hammered against my ribs. I slowly reached for the heavy-duty flashlight next to my pack, my hands slick with sweat. Liam was frozen, his gaze locked on the spot where the sound had come from. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and shaky. Silence. The only reply was the crackle of the fire and the whisper of the wind. I told myself it had to be a deer, a mule deer, maybe. They're big, they can be clumsy, but why would it be so close to our fire? And why was it so quiet now? I flicked on the flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a sharp cone through the darkness. I swept it back and forth, illuminating the gnarled junipers and the sandstone rock face. Nothing. Just rocks and shadows. "See." "Nothing," I said, trying to convince myself as much as Liam. But Liam wasn't looking where the light was. He was looking at a spot right next to me, just on the other side of the campfire. He was pale, his mouth slightly agape. "What, Liam? What is it?" I snapped, my nerves frayed. He slowly raised a trembling finger. The log," he stammered, "the one we use for a seat." I followed his gaze. We had dragged a large, smooth piece of fallen cottonwood up to the fire to use as a bench. It was empty. Of course it was empty. It was just him and me out here. "What about log?" I asked, confused. "When you turned on the flashlight," he said, his voice a strained whisper. "The shadow. Someone was sitting there." My blood ran cold. "What are you talking about? There's no one there." "No, dude, I swear," he insisted, his eyes wide with terror. For just a second, when the light first came on, I saw the shadow of a person sitting on that log. A tall person, hunched over. But when your light beam passed over the log itself, there was nothing there to cast the shadow. It was just a shadow. I stared at the empty log, my mind racing, a shadow without a source. It was impossible. A trick of the light, the fire, the moving leaves. It had to be. But the look on Liam's face wasn't one of a man who'd been tricked. It was the look of a man who had seen the impossible. We sat there, barely breathing, for what felt like an eternity. The fire seemed to shrink, its light feeling less like a comfort and more like a tiny, vulnerable island in an ocean of oppressive darkness. Every crackle of the wood made us jump. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Then came the voice. It was low, guttural, and it came from the darkness right behind Liam. It was a mimicry of my own voice, but twisted and distorted, as if it had been scraped over rocks. "See!" "Nothing," it rasped. Liam let out a choked cry and scrambled away from the edge of the firelight, nearly falling into the flames. Ispoon Harun flashlight beam slicing through the night. Again, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. But the voice, it had been so close. So real. "What was that?" Liam whimpered, his back now pressed against the rock wall of our alcove. "I don't know," I said, my own voice trembling uncontrollably. This was beyond spooky. This was wrong. This was something unnatural. My mind flashed to the old stories the Navajo tell, stories about beings that can mimic voices, change their shape, things that hunt in the dark. Skinwalkers, I'd always dismissed them as folklore, campfire tales to scare tourists. But now, we heard the whistling again. This time it was closer, circling our camp. That same bizarre, off-key, backward-sounding tune. It was a melody of pure madness, and it felt like it was clawing at the inside of my skull. It moved around us, first from the left, then from behind, then to the right. It was fast. Impossibly fast. Panic set in. Pure, unthinking terror. "We have to go," I said, grabbing my pack. "Now? Go where?" Liam cried. "It's pitch black. We'll get lost." "It's better than staying here," I yelled back, stuffing my sleeping bag haphazardly. As I fumbled with my gear, a rock, about the size of my fist, landed in the center of our campfire, sending a shower of sparks and embers into the air. We both flinched back. Another rock landed a few seconds later, this one closer to me. It hadn't been thrown from far away. The arc was too low. It was being lobbed from just beyond the light. It was toying with us. Then, the most terrifying thing of all happened. Silence. The whistling stopped. The footsteps stopped. Even the wind seemed to die down. The silence was absolute, heavier and more menacing than any of the sounds had been. We were frozen, waiting. I held my breath, my ears straining for any hint of what was coming next. And then I saw it. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn back to the log on the other side of the fire. There was an indentation forming in the thick layer of dust and sand on its surface. Slowly, as if an invisible weight was settling down. First, the shape of a hand, fingers pressing into the wood. Then another. Then, the distinct impression of someone sitting down. The dust shifting to accommodate a form that wasn't there. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I could only stare in abject horror as the invisible thing settled onto our log, right in the warmth of our fire, not 10 feet from where we were cowering. The firelight flickered, and for a split second, I saw it again. The shadow, a tall, hunched shape sitting where nothing was. Its head was too long, its limbs too thin. It was looking right at us. That broke the spell. Liam screamed, a raw, primal sound of terror. I didn't even think. I grabbed him by the arm, and we ran. We abandoned everything, our tent, our food, our gear. We just ran blindly into the darkness, away from the fire. Hawaii from top. That thing? On the log? We stumbled through the night, tripping over rocks, scraped by bushes, guided only by the faint starlight. We didn't stop until the sun began to paint the eastern sky in shades of gray and orange. We were miles from our camp, exhausted, dehydrated, and terrified out of our minds. We never went back for our gear. We walked the 20 miles back to the car with nothing but the clothes on our backs. We didn't speak much on the long drive home. What was there to say? How do you explain seeing a shadow with no body? How do you describe a voice that steals your own? How do you rationalize the feeling of an unseen presence sitting down to join you at your campfire? I still have nightmares about it. I can still hear that backward whistling and see that indentation forming on the log. They say the desert has secrets. That night on Cedar Mesa, I learned that some secrets are not meant to be discovered. They're meant to be left alone, sitting in the darkness, waiting for the next campfire. Thanks for listening to my story. If you've ever experienced anything like this, let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel for more unsettling tales. Stay safe out there. My first mistake was taking the night shift at store. My second was thinking the strange noises were just the buildings settling. It was my third week as the sole night guard, a gig I took to pay off some student loans. The place was a concrete labyrinth, eerily silent under the harsh fluorescent lights. My rounds were simple. Walk the corridors, check the locks, and try not to fall asleep in the office. It was during my second round, around 1 a.m., that I first heard it. A faint buzzing sound coming from B-wing. I followed the noise, my heavy footsteps echoing off the metal doors. The buzzing grew louder, more distinct, as I approached Unit B-17. It wasn't a mechanical hum. It was a voice, my voice. I froze, my hand hovering over the handle of my maglite. It was impossible. I was the only person here. The voice whispered, all distorted, like a tape stuck on repeat. It kept calling my name, David, in my own rhythm, again and again. A cold dread, sharp and icy, crept up my spine. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door of B-17. The whisper was clearer now, a perfect imitation. David, let me in. My heart hammered against my ribs. I backed away slowly, my eyes locked on the door, convinced I was losing my mind. The unit was rented by an old woman who stored antiques, according to the files. I'd never even seen her. I sprinted back to the office, locking the door behind me and staring at the security monitor for B-wing. The corridor was empty, still, silent. The buzzing on the monitor's audio feed was gone. I told myself it was fatigue, my mind playing tricks on me in the dead of night. The next night, I almost called in sick, but I needed the money. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. I armed myself with an extra-large coffee and turned the radio up in the office, anything to drown out the silence. At 1:15 a.m., the intercom on my desk crackled to life, a wave of static, and then ... It was my voice again, but this time it was different. It wasn't a whisper. It was a scream, a terrified, blood-curdling scream that was unmistakably mine. It sounded like I was being torn apart. I leaped out of my chair, spilling coffee everywhere. The scream cut off abruptly, replaced by the same low, buzzing whispers before. David, help me. I'm in B-17. The voice was pleading, desperate. Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, to call the police. But what would I tell them? That I was hearing myself inside a storage unit? They'd think I was crazy, a pot of me, a stupid, curious pot. Neither to say. I grabbed the master key for the units, my hands shaking so badly I could barely fit it in my pocket. Walking down B-wing again felt like walking to my own execution. The air was colder here, heavy. The buzzing was louder than ever, coming directly from B-17. David. Hurry! The voice from inside pleaded. I took a deep breath, my flashlight beam trembling on the lock. I put the master key into the slot. As I turned the key, the buzzing stopped. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying. I slid the heavy metal door up just a few feet, enough to peer underneath. I shone my flashlight into the darkness. The unit was packed with old furniture covered in white sheets, looking like a graveyard of forgotten belongings. There was nothing there, just dust and shadows. Relief washed over me, so potent it made me dizzy. I was just exhausted, overworked. I started to lower the door when I heard a soft, crunching sound from the back of the unit. I froze, aiming my light back into the darkness. That's when I saw it. Tucked behind an old rocking chair, something was moving under a sheet. It was large, shifting and contorting in a way that wasn't natural. The sheet slid off. It wasn't a person. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, its skin stretched tight and pale over its bones. It was hunched over, its back to. I could hear a wet, tearing sound. It was eating something. The thing slowly turned its head, its neck cracking with the movement. And its face was almost mine. It was a grotesque parody, my features twisted into a horrifying mask. Its eyes were black, empty pits, and its mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, smeared with something dark. It stood up, unfolding to a horrifying height, its joints popping. It took a step towards me, its movements jerky, like a puppet on strings. And then it spoke, not in a buzz, not in a whisper, but in my own, clear, calm voice. "Found you, David." I didn't scream. I couldn't. The sound was trapped in my throat. I slammed the door down, fumbling with the lock, my fingers numb and clumsy. I didn't wait to see if it held. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, not looking back. The sound of my own voice, laughing maniacally, echoing down the hall behind me. I burst out of the main doors into the cool night air and didn't stop running until the flashing lights of a passing patrol car lit up the street. I never went back. He left my car, my final paycheck, everything. I told the police I was assaulted by an intruder, but I couldn't describe him. How could I? How do you tell them the monster you saw was wearing your own face? Sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone, I hear it, a faint buzzing, a whisper on the edge of hearing. It's my own voice, calling my name from some dark, forgotten place. It's a reminder that something is out there, wearing my face, waiting, and it knows exactly where to find me. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If you enjoyed this, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more chilling dailies. Your support means the world to me. Stay safe out there, and always, always trust your gut. The dust here, it gets into everything. Your lungs, your gear, your soul. We call this stretch of Road Route Michigan. Why? I don't know. Maybe some homesick grunt from Detroit named it, but it's nothing like back home. It's just miles of desolate, sun-scorched earth. We were on a routine patrol, just another day in the sandbox. Me, Sergeant Davis, and two fresh-faced privates, Miller and Chune. The sky started to turn a sickly orange, the kind that promises a bad time. Davis, a man who'd seen more sand than most people see grass, just grunted. "Haboob's coming." Batten down the hatches, we pulled the Humvees into a defensive circle. The wind picked up, howling like a banshee, and then the world just disappeared. It wasn't like a normal storm. This was a wall of solid, suffocating grit. Visibility dropped to 0. It was like being buried alive, standing up. Then, a new sound mixed with the wind's shriek, a rhythmic thumping. Faint at first, but getting closer. Asterisk thump. 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 Davis and I exchanged a look. "What the hell is that?" he mouthed over the noise. I shrugged, my heart starting to pound a rhythm that matched the sound outside. Miller and Chune were wide-eyed, their knuckles white on their rifles. It could be anything. Debris, a loose panel. But it sounded deliberate, like footsteps. Heavy ones? The thumping stopped right outside my door. I held my breath. The silence, where the thumping had been, was somehow louder than the storm. Then, a scratching sound. Long, slow, deliberate scrapes against the armored plating, like a giant fingernail dragging down a chalkboard. It went on for what felt like an eternity. Chune whimpered in the back. Davis put a finger to his lips, his eyes fixed on the window, though there was nothing to see but a swirling vortex of sand. The scratching moved, circling the Humvee. It was methodical, like it was inspecting us. "Chasing us up." Suddenly, the vehicle lurched violently, as if a giant hand had shoved it. We were thrown against our seats. "What was that?" Miller yelled, his voice cracking. Before Davis could answer, it happened again, harder this time. The Humvee tilted, groaning under the immense weight. The thumping returned, but this time it was on the roof, a heavy, crushing beat, right above our heads. It felt like something was trying to cave the roof in. We were trapped in a tin can, and something big and angry was trying to open it. Fear, cold and sharp, cut through the adrenaline. This wasn't the wind. This wasn't debris. The thumping on the roof stopped. We waited, muscles tensed, every nerve screaming. Then, a face appeared at the windshield. It wasn't a human face. It was made of the storm itself, a swirling vortex of sand and dust, given a vaguely humanoid shape. But the eyes were empty sockets, two black holes of pure void that seemed to suck the light and hope right out of the Humvee. It had no mouth, but we could hear a sound. A low, guttural moan that vibrated through the vehicle's frame. A sound of ancient hunger. It pressed its nun face against the ballistic glass, the sand particles scraping, as if trying to wear it away. Chun started screaming, a raw, terrified shriek that was quickly cut off. I looked back, and he was gone, just an empty seat, his rifle clattering to the floor. The back door was ajar, swinging slightly in the wind. Miller was staring at the empty space, his face a mask of disbelief. Where's Chun? Where did he go? Davis was yelling into the radio. Broken arrow. Broken arrow. We are under attack by an unknown entity en route to Michigan. I repeat, we are under attack. But only static answered. The face at the window receded back into the storm. A moment of relief softed through me, but it was short-lived. The scratching started again, this time on Miller's side. It was Frozen staring at the door as if mesmerized. Miller, snap out of it, Davis shouted, unbuckling his seatbelt. But it was too late. The door flew open with a shriek of tortured metal, and a whirlwind of sand ripped through the cabin. I saw a shape, a tall, spindly limb made of dust and shadow, wrap around Miller and yank him out into the screaming orange hell. His scream was swallowed by the storm before it even began. It was just me and Davis now. The Humvee felt terrifyingly empty. We had to get out of here, Davis said, his voice grim, his professional calm finally cracking. We run for the other Humvee. Now. He chambered around. I did the same, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the bolt. On 3, he said, his eyes on the door. 1, 2, 3. We threw the doors open and plunged into the maelstrom. It was like jumping into an ocean of sandpaper. The wind tore at me, the sand scouring my skin. I could barely see Davis's silhouette just a few feet ahead. We ran by instinct towards where the other vehicles should be. I heard Davis cry out. I turned and saw him being lifted off his feet, his legs kicking wildly. The same swirling, sandy form was holding him, its empty eye sockets fixed on me. It didn't have a mouth, but I heard Davis's voice, distorted, echoing from within the creature. The dust. It remembers. Then he was gone, pulled apart into a cloud of red mist that was instantly absorbed by the storm. I was alone. I didn't stop running. I just ran, blind, terrified, not knowing if I was going towards a safe haven or deeper into hell. I stumbled, fell, and crawled, my lungs on fire. Finally, my hand hit something hard. Metal. The other Humvee. I scrambled for the door, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut. I've been in here for a day now. The storm hasn't stopped. The scratching is constant. It circles and circles, patient. They tell me it's beautiful out here in the dust, that they're not dead, just changed. I know it's a trick, but my water is gone, and I'm so thirsty. The scratching never stops. It's waiting for me. This is my last recording. If you find this, don't stop en route Michigan. Don't ever stop. The dust is hungry, and the dust remembers. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that like button and subscribe for more Tales from the Dark. Stay safe out there. They called it Minaret Row. A long, Dusty street in some forgotten corner of Afghanistan, flanked on both sides by these skeletal towers. From up here, in my sniper hide, the world was a shimmering mirage of heat and sand. My job was simple. Keep my guys on the ground safe. Call out threats. For weeks, it was the same monotonous rhythm of sun up, sun down. Scan, wait, repeat. That is, until the runner appeared. It was just after dusk. That purple-gray time when the shadows stretch and play tricks on your eyes. I was sweeping the street through my thermal scope when I saw it. Movement, a figure, sprinting from the far end of the row, heading straight toward our patrol base. The speed was unnatural. A dead sprint faster than any Olympian I'd ever seen. I keyed my radio. Watchtower 2-1 to command. I've got a runner, south end of Minaret Row, heading northbound. Unidentified, the reply was calm. Standard procedure. 2-1. Can you confirm hostile intent? I centered my crosshairs on the figure's chest. Negative, what they're moving with. Extreme prejudice, command. My finger rested on the trigger. The rules of engagement were clear, but something was wrong. I switched back to thermals, trying to get a better read. And that's when my blood ran cold. There was nothing. Just the ambient heat of the street, the cooling bricks of the buildings. But the figure itself, it, was a void. A black hole in the shape of a person, absorbing all the heat around it. No thermal signature. Not a flicker. Command. Be advised, I whispered, my voice tight. This individual has no heat signature. I repeat, 0 heat signature. Silence on the other end. Then, a crackle. 2-1. Say again. Your equipment must be malfunctioning. My gear is fine. Command. It's like a ghost. The runner was closer now. Maybe 400 meters out. The gait was all wrong. Too smooth. Too fluid. Legs pumping. Arms swinging. But with a jerky, disjointed rhythm. Like a marionette being pulled by an unseen hand. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. Every instinct, every ounce of training, screamed at me to take the shot. Threat. Unknown. Closing fast. But how do you shoot something that doesn't seem to be there? My heart hammered against my ribs. The thing was now halfway down the street. I could see it more clearly through my standard optics. It looked like a local, dressed in loose-fitting clothes, but the face, it was a blank canvas. No features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a smooth expanse of skin. Come on! You need to see this! I stammered into the radio. The runner. It has no face. The radio was silent for a long moment. I think they were finally starting to believe me. The patrol on the ground had been alerted. I could hear their muffled shouts from the street below. The clatter of weapons being readied. They couldn't see what I could see. From their angle, it was just a person running in the twilight. The figure was now less than 100 meters from the gate. It hadn't slowed, hadn't faltered. Its pace was constant, relentless. The silence from command was more terrifying than any order. It meant they didn't know what to do. And if they didn't know, what chance did I have? Then, just as it reached the concertina wire perimeter, it stopped. Dead still. It stood there for a second, then 2. The entire street held its breath. Then, slowly, it tilted its blank head up, as if looking directly at me, right through meters of concrete and steel. A cold dread, colder than any desert night, washed over me. It knew I was here. It knew I was watching. And then it did something that shattered my reality. It raised an arm and pointed. Not at me, not at the gate, but at the tallest minaret to my left, the one we called the spire. As it pointed, a sound started, a low hum, like a million cicadas buzzing at once. It seemed to vibrate in my bones. My radio screeched to life. Contact, rooftop, the spire. I ripped my scope away from the runner and swung it towards the minaret. My blood turned to ice. Figures. Dozens of them, crawling over the top of the tower like ants. All of them with the same featureless faces, the same impossible speed. They hadn't been there a second ago. They just appeared. Gunfire erupted from below, the staccato bark of M4s, and the heavy thud of the saw. I looked back to the street. The runner was gone, vanished. The space where it stood was empty. It had been a lure, a distraction. The firefight was intense, but brief. The figures on the minaret didn't shoot back. They just suarme. They poured down the side of the tower, moving with that same unnatural, jerky speed. They overran a machine gun nest in seconds, not through force, but by sheer presence. The soldiers screamed, but not in pain. They screamed in a way I'd never heard before. A sound of pure, mind-breaking terror. Then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The figures receded, climbing back up the minaret and disappearing over the top. The street fell silent, save for the wind and the frantic, broken cries from the radio. I stayed in that hide for another 3 hours, my rifle trained on the spire, my body trembling. I never saw the runner again. Command classified the event as a mass hallucinatory incident caused by combat stress. The official report mentions a coordinated ambush and nothing more. But they can't explain the bodies. There were no bullet wounds, no signs of a struggle. The coroner's report just said death by fright. I know what I saw. I saw something that wasn't from our world, something that runs in the dark and has no heat, no face. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see it. A dark shape sprinting down a dusty road, a blank face turned up towards me, an arm pointing, and the chilling realization that we are not the only ones watching from the shadows. Thanks for tuning in to this debriefing. If you have your own stories from the field, share them in the comments below. Stay safe out there. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more reports from the front line of the unknown. We'll see you on the next one. It's always the last-minute decisions that come back to haunt you, isn't it? For me, it was a desperate, rainy Halloween night, a forgotten costume, and a store that should have been closed. The sign on the door of Timeless Satire, a dusty old costume shop I'd never noticed before, flickered a neon open. I figured, what's the harm? It was either this or a bedsheet ghost for the 3rd year in a row. The air inside was thick and smelled of mothballs and something else. Something faintly sweet, like old perfume. Racks of costumes stood like silent, multi-limbed soldiers. The place was eerily quiet, save for the hum of the ancient fluorescent lights and the drumming of rain against the windows. An old man with eyes like cloudy marbles sat behind the counter, not even looking up as I entered. Just browsing, I mumbled, but he didn't respond. His stillness was unsettling. I wandered deeper into the labyrinth of aisles, my footsteps echoing unnaturally. That's when I saw it. Aisle 7. It was different from the others. The lighting was dimmer, and at the very end stood a single, solitary mannequin. It was dressed in a pristine, vintage clown costume, the kind with ruffled collars and sad, painted-on tears. The craftsmanship was incredible, almost too real. The porcelain-like face, the glassy eyes, they seemed to follow me. I dismissed it as a trick of the light and started sifting through the racks. A pirate costume, a bumpier cape. Nothing felt right. My eyes kept drifting back to aisle 7. To the clown, I swear. Its head was tilted slightly more to the left than before. I shook my head. You're just tired, Premeta told myself, my voice a nervous whisper in the silent store. I decided to get a closer look. Maybe the clown costume was for sale. As I approached, a cold spot in the air washed over me, chilling me to the bone. The mannequin stood perfectly still, its painted smile looking more like a pained grimace up close. The details were flawless, teeny cracks in the porcelain skin, a faint speckle of dust on its cheek. I reached out a hesitant hand, my fingers hovering just above its fabric sleeve. And then it happened. It blinked. It wasn't a flicker of light or a trick of my tired mind. The mannequin's eyelids, smooth and painted, lowered and then slowly, deliberately, raised again. Its glassy eyes stared directly into mine. I snatched my hand back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and crashing into a rack of feather boas. The old man at the counter still hadn't moved. He was just sitting there, a statue in a sea of forgotten things. "Did you see that?" I choked out, pointing a trembling finger down the aisle. The mannequin. It blinked. He finally looked up, his cloudy eyes fixing on me. A slow, unsettling smile spread across his wrinkled face. "She likes you," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "She." My blood ran cold. I scrambled to my feet, my mind screaming at me to run. I looked back down aisle 7. The mannequin was gone. The space where it had stood was now starkly, terrifyingly empty. A wave of pure, primal fear crashed over me. I didn't even try to make sense of it. I just ran. I bolted for the door, fumbling with the handle. It was locked. I rattled it frantically, my panicked breaths fogging the glass. "Let me out!" I yelled, turning back to the old man. He was standing up now, slowly, creaky. That horrible smile never left his face. "The show is just beginning," he whispered. Then I heard it. A soft, shuffling sound from the back of the store. The sound of fabric dragging across the floor. It was getting closer. I backed away from the door, pressing myself against the cold glass. My eyes darted around the dimly lit shop, searching for the source of the sound. A flash of white and red appeared from behind a rack of medieval armor. It was the clown. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like a puppet with tangled strings. Its head was cocked at an impossible angle, and that painted smile seemed wider, more malicious. The sad, painted tears now looked like streaks of blood in the dim light. It stopped about 20 feet away from me, just standing there, watching. The silence was deafening, broken only by my own ragged breathing. I was paralyzed, caught between the locked door and this thing. The old man just watched from behind the counter, a silent spectator to my horror. Slowly, the clown raised one white-gloved hand and beckoned to me, a single, curling motion of its finger. It was an invitation to what I didn't want to know. I shook my head, tears of terror streaming down my face. "No, please." The clown took another jerky step forward, and another. The shuffling sound grew louder, closer. I looked desperately for a weapon, anything. My eyes landed on a heavy, decorative battle axe on the wall. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for it, ripping it from its mount. It was heavier than I expected. "Stay back!" I screamed, holding the axe out in front of me. The clown paused, its head tilting to the other side, as if considering my threat. A low, guttural giggle echoed through the store. It wasn't a human sound. It was raspy and broken, like a recording played on a dying music box. The sound vibrated through my bones. Then, it charged. It moved with terrifying speed, its limbs flailing in a chaotic, yet purposeful, sprint. I swung the axe wildly, more out of instinct than aim. It connected with the clown's shoulder, a sickening crunch echoing in the silent shop. But it didn't stop. It didn't even flinch. It crashed into me, and the axe flew from my grasp. We fell to the floor in a heap of ruffled fabric and cold, hard limbs. Its porcelain face was inches from mine. I could see the intricate network of cracks on its skin, the soulless depth of its glass eyes. Its smile was a nightmarish abyss. I struggled, pushing against its surprisingly strong body. Its grip was like iron. A sweet, cloying smell filled my nostrils. The same scent I'd noticed when I first walked in. It was coming from the clown. The smell of decay masked by cheap perfume. Its painted mouth opened, impossibly wide, revealing not teeth, but a dark, empty void. The horrible, giggling sound came from that darkness, amplified and distorted. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the end. Suddenly, the weight was gone. I opened my eyes to see the clown being pulled back, dragged away by the old shopkeeper. He had a strange look on his face, not of concern for me, but of disappointment in the clown. "Not yet," he hissed at it. "It's not time." He dragged the flailing, giggling thing back towards aisle 7. Its shuffling feet the only sound. He shoved it back into its spot at the end of the aisle. Instantly, it went rigid, becoming a mannequin once more. The old man turned to me, his cloudy eyes holding no emotion. He walked to the front door and unlocked it. "Store's closing," he said, his voice flat. I didn't need a second invitation. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted out into the rain, not daring to look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing onto the wet pavement blocks away. When I finally dared to look back, the street where the shop had been was empty. There was no timeless attire. There was just a dark, abandoned lot between two buildings. It was never there. I never went to the Halloween party. I went home, locked my doors, and sat in the dark, shaking. To this day, I couldn't look at a clown or a mannequin without my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. Sometimes, when it's quiet, I can still hear that broken music box giggle, and I know, somewhere, in a shop that doesn't exist, a mannequin in a clown costume is waiting. And this time, it might not let go. The crisp autumn air usually felt invigorating, a welcome sign that Halloween was here. But tonight, it carried a biting chill that had nothing to do with the weather. My name is Leo, and for the past 5 years, I've driven the haunted hayride at Miller's farm. It was a cheesy gig, mostly just triggering animatronics and enduring teenagers' screams. But this year the farm was under new management. They'd extended the route, deeper into the woods, past the old, abandoned part of the property nobody had used for decades, and they'd scheduled me for a double shift, running the last ride of the night, long after the families had gone home. The final group clambered aboard my tractor-pulled wagon. They were a quiet bunch, 6 adults huddled together, their faces pale under the dim lanterns. No one was laughing or joking. They just stared ahead, into the darkness we were about to enter. I revved the engine, its familiar rumble doing little to soothe the unease knotting in my stomach. "All right, folks, hold on tight. Prepare for the scare of your life," I recited, my voice sounding hollow even to me, as we lurched forward, past the goofy dancing skeletons and into the real woods. A thick fog rolled in, swallowing the path behind us. The air grew heavy, smelling of damp earth and something else. Something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers. The first part of the ride was normal. The usual jump scares, a werewolf animatronic leaping from the trees, a plastic ghost dropping from a branch. My passengers didn't react. Not a scream, not a gasp. They just watched, their eyes wide and unblinking. It was unnerving. I was used to noise, to chaos. This silence was a heavy blanket, smothering the festive atmosphere. We rounded a bend, heading towards the new section of the trail, the one that passed the old homestead. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then died. I tried the ignition. Nothing. Just a click. "Apologies, folks," I said, forcing a cheerful tone. "Looks like we have a little technical difficulty. I'll have us moving in a jiffy." I grabbed my flashlight and hopped down. The fog was so dense now I could barely see the front of the tractor. As I popped the hood, a sound drifted from the woods. It was faint at first, like a woman humming a lullaby. It grew louder, a sad, melodic tune that seemed to pull at the edges of my sanity. The air grew colder still. I could see my breath, misting in the beam of my flashlight. I fiddled with the engine, but my hands were shaking too much to get a good grip. The humming stopped. In its place, a childless giggle echoed from the direction of the old farmhouse, just visible through the thinning trees. One of my passengers, a woman in a gray coat, whispered, "He's here." I spun around. "Who's here?" But she didn't answer. All 6 of them were now standing, their heads turned in unison towards the dilapidated house. A single light flickered on in an upstairs window. That was impossible. The place had no power. It had been derelict for 50 years. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. I abandoned the engine. "Okay, new plan," I announced, my voice trembling. "Everyone, stay on the wagon. We're going to wait for the next tractor." To a blood-curdling scream cut me off. It came from the woods, sounding exactly like the pre-recorded shriek from the werewolf animatronic. But this was raw, desperate. It was followed by another, then another. A chorus of terror erupting from the darkness around us. My passengers didn't flinch. They simply watched the house. The light in the window went out. I fumbled for my radio, my fingers feeling like clumsy sausages. Base, this is hayride 4. Come in, base, static. Just static. I tried again, my voice cracking. This is Leo on hayride 4. My tractor's dead on the old trail. I have passengers. Does anyone copy? The radio hissed back at me. Then, a new voice, low and gravelly, crackled through the speaker. They're not your passengers, Leo. They're his. The radio went dead. My blood ran cold. I stared at the 6 silent figures on the wagon. Their faces were impassive, but their eyes reflected the faint moonlight with a hunger that wasn't human. Slowly, the woman in the gray coat turned her head to look at me. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. He's been waiting. It's time for the harvest. Harvest. The word hung in the air, grotesque and terrifying. The door of the old farmhouse creaked open, revealing a darkness so complete it felt like it was drinking the light. From within, a shape began to emerge. It was tall and gaunt, dressed in what looked like a scarecrow's tattered clothes, but it moved with a horrifying, jerky grace. It wasn't an animatronic. It was real. I could see long, twig-like fingers extending from its sleeves. As it stepped onto the porch, I saw its face. 2 glowing embers, 4 eyes, and a wide, stitched-shut grin. This was the thing the farmhands whispered about. Old Man Hemlock, the farmer who, a century ago, made a pact with something ancient in these woods, sacrificing visitors every Halloween to ensure a bountiful harvest. They said he still walked the fields. I always thought it was a stupid local legend, but standing there, face to face with this thing, I knew it was all true. The 6 passengers began to climb down from the wagon, moving like sleepwalkers. Their gazes fixed on the figure, they formed a line and began walking towards the house, towards him. They were his offering, and I had delivered them. I was the final piece of the ritual. The scarecrow figure turned its head, its burning eyes locking onto mine. It tilted its head, a dry, rattling sound coming from its throat. It was inviting me to join the harvest. Pure, instinctual terror finally broke through my paralysis. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just sprinted into the foggy woods, away from the path, away from the tractor, away from the silent procession. The sounds of screams, the same pre-recorded ones from the ride chased me, but they were twisted now, layered with that mournful humming and the dry, rattling laughter of the scarecrow. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing in a heap of mud and leaves. I don't know how long I lay there. When I finally stumbled out of the woods at dawn, the farm was already bustling with a cleanup crew. My tractor was gone. The wagon was gone. When I frantically told my manager what happened, he just looked at me with pity. He said I'd been found passed out near the entrance, that I must have had a bad dream after a long shift. He said there was no last ride. The hayride had closed hours earlier. There were no 6 passengers, no records of them. It was all in my head. But as I walked to my car, I saw the groundskeeper raking leaves near the edge of the woods. I looked up, and for a second, I saw it, a wide, stitched grin on his face. And I knew the harvest was good this year. And I know they'll be waiting for me next Halloween. They always need a driver. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that like button and subscribe for more Tales from the Shadows. Stay safe out there, and remember, some legends are real. The streetlights had that fuzzy, orange glow they get late at night, casting long, distorted shadows across the empty pickleball courts. It was just past midnight, and the only sounds were the distant hum of the city and the gentle rustle of desert plants in the wash that bordered the park. My buddy, Alex, and I shouldn't have been there, but we were hooked on and this was the only time we could get a court to ourselves. The game was intense. The rhythmic thwack-thwack of the ball echoed in the quiet. We were laughing, trash-talking, just 2 guys enjoying a late-night match. That's when the first weird thing happened. I served. Alex missed the return, and the bright yellow ball sailed past him, rolling straight towards the dark, gaping maw of the wash. We both groaned. Neither of us wanted to go fetch it from the creepy, black void. "Your miss, your get," I said, trying to catch my breath. Alex grumbled, but started walking towards the edge of the court. He was about to hop the low fence when, from the darkness of the wash, the ball came rolling back. It came to a perfect stop right at the edge of the court. We froze, staring at each other. The air suddenly felt a few degrees colder. "Did you see that?" Alex whispered, his voice tight. He just nodded, my eyes glued to the wash. It was pitch black, a solid wall of nothingness. There was no wind strong enough to do that, and the ground wasn't sloped that way. Maybe an animal? I offered, though the explanation felt flimsy even as I said it. An animal wouldn't roll a ball back so perfectly. We tried to shake it off. We were probably just tired, our minds playing tricks on us. Alex picked up the ball, and we resumed our game, but the fun was gone. Now, every sound made us jump. Every shadow seemed to move. The easy rhythm of our game was replaced with a tense, jerky pace. A few minutes later, it happened again. A wild shot, and the ball went flying into the wash. This time, we didn't say anything. We just watched, holding our breath. And again, like some impossible magic trick, the ball rolled out of the darkness and stopped at the court line. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't the wind. Someone or something was in that wash, playing a game with us. "All right, I'm done," Alex said, his face pale in the orange light. "Let's go. Now." I didn't argue. We quickly grabbed our paddles and water bottles, our eyes darting nervously towards the wash. As we stuffed our gear into our bags, a sound drifted out from the darkness. It was a soft thwack walk, the exact sound of a pickleball being bounced on a paddle. Asterisk thwack walk, THWACK-WOCK ... It was a slow, deliberate rhythm, a mocking echo of our game. A chill, colder than any desert night, snaked its way up my spine. We weren't just being watched, we were being mimicked. My hands fumbled with the zipper on my bag. "Alex," I whispered, "don't look. Just walk to the car." But it was too late. Alex was frozen, his gaze locked on the darkness. It's calling my name," he stammered, his voice barely audible. And then I heard it too, a voice, raspy and distorted, like a recording played backward, was whispering from the wash. It was a grotesque imitation of my own voice. "One more game. Your serve. Buddy, ... double quotes." That was it. Pure, undiluted terror took over. I grabbed Alex's arm, yanking him out of his trance. "Run." We didn't look back. We sprinted across the parking lot, the sound of our own panicked footsteps mixing with that awful, mimicking voice and the steady thwacked walk of the unseen paddle. It felt like it was right behind us, chasing us. We threw ourselves into the car, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into drive, peeling out of the parking lot. As we sped away, I dared a glance in the rearview mirror. For a split second, illuminated by my taillights, I saw it. Standing at the edge of the wash, holding our yellow pickleball, was a figure. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs bent at angles that weren't human. But the worst part was its face. It was a pale, distorted mask that looked disturbingly like my own. We drove in silence, the only sound our ragged breathing. We never talked about what we saw that night. We never went back to those courts, day or night. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I can still hear it in my head. That thwack thwack, and that stolen voice whispering from the dark. Whatever was in that wash, it wasn't just playing a game, it was hunting. And I think, for some reason, it wanted to wear my skin. Thanks for tuning in to the story tonight. It's a chilling reminder that some places are best left alone after the sun goes down. If you enjoyed this, please hit that like button, and consider subscribing for more terrifying tales. Stay safe out there, and see you in the next video. flickering reception bars on my phone were my only lifeline, a fragile connection to the world outside this labyrinth of dusty, unmarked roads. The call had come in late, a frantic voice on the other end, pleading for help. A sick dog, a valuable breeding stud, way out on the reservation. As a mobile vet, late-night calls in remote locations weren't unusual, but something about this one felt off. The directions were vague, a series of turns onto progressively narrower dirt tracks, until my headlights were cutting through a tunnel of gnarled juniper and pitch blackness. Finally, I saw it. An old, beat-up pickup truck parked awkwardly on the shoulder, its lights off. I pulled up behind it, my own headlights illuminating the scene in a stark, clinical glare. The air was unnaturally still, the kind of quiet that buzzes in your ears. I grabbed my medical bag from the passenger seat, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the chilly night air. The crunch of my boots on the gravel sounded deafeningly loud. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small against the vast, silent landscape. "I'm the vet. Hear about the dog?" No answer. A prickle of unease traced its way up my spine. The truck in front of me was silent, a dark silhouette against the star-dusted sky. The windows were so grimy I couldn't see inside. I walked closer, my footsteps slowing. "Hello? Is anyone here?" As I approached the driver's side door, I peered through the dirty glass. The cab was empty. No driver, no passenger. I was about to call out again when a movement from the truck bed caught my eye. There, huddled in the far corner, was a dog, a large German shepherd. It looked like it was lying down, its head low, but its eyes were fixed on me. They glinted in the wash of my headlights, intelligent and unervingly focused. "Hey there, buddy," I said softly, my professional vet voice kicking in. "You're the one who's feeling under the weather." I walked to the tailgate and unlatched it, letting it down with a metallic groan. The dog didn't move. It just watched me. Every step I took, every rustle of my jacket, its gaze followed. The owner was still nowhere to be seen. This was getting stranger by the second. I reached into my bag for a lead, keeping my movements slow and non-threatening. "It's okay, boy. I'm just here to help." As I took a step into the truck bed, the animal finally moved. It didn't get up, not in the way a normal dog would. It shifted its weight, a fluid, unnatural motion, and its head lifted higher. The shape was right, the fur, the pointed ears, but the proportions felt wrong. The shoulders were too broad, the neck too long, and the eyes, those weren't the eyes of a sick animal. They were ancient, knowing, and filled with a cold, calculating intelligence that made the hair on my arm stand on end. My hand froze, hovering over my bag. My vet training screamed at me to assess the animal's condition, but my gut screamed at me to run. The dog let out a low sound, not a growl, but a guttural clicking, like stones rubbing together, a dry, rasping noise that seemed to echo from a place deep within its chest. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't a sick dog. I didn't know what it was, but it wasn't a dog. I started backing away slowly, one step at a time, my eyes locked on the creature. "Easy, ... Easy nah," I whispered, the words feeling useless. The thing in the truck bed remained still, but its head tilted at an impossible angle, its neck seeming to stretch. It tracked my retreat with that same horrifying, unblinking stare. I reached the edge of the tailgate, my heel bumping against it. I needed to get back in my car. Now, suddenly, a new sound cut through the silence, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the cab of the truck. My blood ran cold. I risked a glance at the driver's side window, and that's when I saw it. A pale, long-fingered hand was tapping on the inside of the glass, but the cab was empty. I had checked. My mind relayed, trying to process the impossible sight. My gaze snapped back to the truck bed. The creature was gone. The space where it had been just a second ago was now completely empty, vanished into thin air. Panic seized me. I scrambled backward, tripping over my own feet and landing hard on the gravel. I didn't wait to get my bearings. A crab walked backward, then scrambled to my feet and sprinted for my car, my keys fumbling in my trembling hand. I threw myself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and locked Italiano. My breath came in ragged gasps. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries. The engine roared to life. I didn't bother turning around. I slammed the car into reverse, spinning the wheel wildly. My headlights swept across the scene as I backed up, and in that brief, horrifying flash of light, I saw it. Standing in the driver's seat of the old pickup, where no one had been before, was the dog. It was on its hind legs now, but it wasn't a dog anymore. It was tall, impossibly thin, its form shifting and indistinct in the glare. Its head was turned towards me, and even through the grimy windshield, I could see its eyes. They were glowing faintly, filled with an ancient malevolence, and its mouth was stretched into a wide, silent grin, revealing far too many teeth. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The sound was trapped in my throat. I stomped on the gas, my tires spitting gravel as I tore away from that place, away from that unholy sight. I didn't look in my rearview mirror. I didn't dare. I drove like a madman, careening down those dirt tracks, praying I was going the right way, praying I wouldn't see those glowing eyes appear in the darkness behind me. I never stopped driving until I hit the main highway, the comforting glow of streetlights feeling like a sanctuary. I never told anyone the full story. Who would believe me? The frantic caller never called back. The number was disconnected. It was a trap. Lure. I was the prey, and for some reason, that night, it decided to let me go. But I know what I saw on that reservation bat. It wasn't a dog waiting for a vet. It was something else, something ancient and patient, watching from the driver's seat, wearing the skin of an animal as a disguise. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night on a quiet road, I can almost feel its eyes on me, and I hear that dry, clicking sound in the silence. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If you've ever had a strange encounter on a back road, let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more chilling tales. Stay safe out there. I've always loved the quiet solitude of the Utah high desert, the scent of juniper and sage, the vast, star-dusted sky. It's my sanctuary. That's why I bought a small plot of land out there and put up a yurt, renting it out on a popular short-term rental app. It was my little slice of peace, a way to share that tranquility with others. I never imagined it would become the stage for a nightmare that would shatter my sense of safety forever. It all started with a booking from a guest named after me. The notification popped up on my phone, a standard booking request, but my blood ran cold when I saw the name on the profile. My own. And the profile picture? It was me, a photo lifted from my social media, grinning back at myself. I tried to dismiss it, a glitch in the app, maybe a weird, elaborate prank. I reached out to the platform's support, but they said the account was verified with a valid ID. My ID, I felt a knot of pure ice form in my stomach, against every instinct screaming at me to cancel. A morbid curiosity, a need to understand, took over. I approved the booking. It was the worst mistake of my life. The day of the check-in, I was a wreck. I live about an hour away, so I couldn't just pop over. I watched my security camera feed like a hawk. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the desert in hues of orange and purple. Then, a figure appeared, walking out of the juniper trees at the edge of the property. Not from the road, but from the dense, thorny wilderness. It was tall and unervingly thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. As it drew closer to the yurt's camera, my breath hitched in my throat. It was wearing my clothes, the exact flannel shirt and jeans I had worn just last week. And its face, oh God, its face. It was a crude, distorted caricature of my own. The eyes were too wide. The smile stretched into a painful, unnatural grimace. It was like a mask made of stretched hide, a grotesque parody. It stopped directly in front of the camera, its head tilting at an impossible angle. It didn't try the lockbox code I'd sent. Instead, it raised a long, spindly hand and simply twisted the doorknob. The lock clicked open with a sickeningly loud snap. It hadn't needed a key. The door swung open, and the thing that looked like me, the thing that had my name and my ID, stepped inside my yurt and shut the door, plunging my camera feed into darkness. For the next few hours, I was paralyzed. I called the police, but the dispatcher was confused. A man checked into his own rental. It sounded insane. They promised to send a patrol car for a welfare check, but given the remote location, it would be a while. I was alone with this knowledge, staring at a blank screen, my imagination running wild with what was happening inside my peaceful sanctuary. Then, my phone rang. It was the rental's Wi-Fi-connected landline. My own number. "Calling me from inside the yurt." My hand trembled as I answered. Silence. Then, a sound that will haunt me until my dying day. It was a voice. My voice. But not. It was a recording. A jumbled up, glitchy playback of things I'd said. Phrases from my own YouTube videos. Snippets of voicemails I'd left for my family, all stitched together into a horrifying, nonsensical monologue. It was mocking me, using my own words against me. "Welcome to my sanctuary," the garbled voice hissed, followed by a wet, clicking laugh that wasn't human. It was then I understood. This wasn't a person. This was something ancient, something that mimics, that hunts. I started getting notifications from the rental app. The guest was leaving a review. 5 stars. Host was incredibly welcoming, it wrote. Felt like I was right at home. It's like we're one and the same. Then another notification. It had changed my host's profile picture to a new image. A blurry shot taken from inside the yurt, looking out the window towards the dark, empty road, as if it were waiting for me. And the profile name. It had changed it. It was no longer my name. It was now the next guest. That's when the patrol car's headlights finally cut through the darkness on my camera feed. I watched, my heart hammering, as 2 officers got out and approached the yurt. They knocked. No answer. Answer. They knocked again, louder this time. "Sheriff's Department, is everything all right in there?" One of the officers peered through a window. I saw him recoil, stumbling back. His partner drew his weapon. "What is it?" "What did you see?" he yelled. The first officer just pointed, speechless. Then, the yurt's door creaked open. I couldn't see what came out. The camera's angle was wrong. All I saw were the officers, their faces masks of pure terror. They didn't fire their weapons. They just turned and ran, scrambling back to their car and speeding away, tires kicking up a cloud of dust. Who's left, they abandoned the scene. They saw something in there that made 2 armed police officers run for their lives. The yurt door remained open, a dark, gaping mouth in the moonlight. I never went back. I sold the land, the yurt, everything, at a huge loss to an online buyer who didn't ask any questions. I reported my ID as stolen, changed all my passwords, and moved to a new city. But sometimes, late at night, I get a booking request notification from the rental app. Even though I no longer have an account, it's for a yurt in the Utah junipers. The request is always from a new name, with a new face, but I know who or what is sending it. It's waiting. It's collecting faces, collecting identities, and it's inviting its next guest. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that one day, one of those booking requests will have a face that I recognize. Maybe even yours. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If you enjoyed this journey into the shadows, please hit that like button and consider subscribing to the channel for more unsettling tales. Stay safe out there, and always check your guests. The crisp mountain air felt invigorating that first day. Our youth group, a dozen of us, plus our leader, Mr. Henderson, were on our annual summer hike through the remote trails of the Appalachians. Spirits were high, a mix of teenage bravado and genuine excitement. We were miles from any town, surrounded by nothing but ancient trees and the murmur of the wild. The first night, gathered around a crackling campfire, Mr. Henderson, a man who respected the mountains and their traditions, told us stories. Not ghost stories, but tales from the local tribes. He spoke of the land, of spirits, and of protectors. Then, his voice lowered. He mentioned the legends of the Skinwalkers, beings that could take the form of animals, entities you never whistled for after dark. We laughed it off. Of course, it was just a spooky story to make the woods feel a little more thrilling. We were a young invincible, and the deep, dark woods were just a playground. The second day was when the mood began to shift. It started subtly. A strange quiet fell over the forest, the usual chatter of birds and insects just gone. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. We pushed on, but a sense of unease started to creep in, chilling us more than the mountain breeze. That evening, as dusk bled across the sky, turning the peaks into jagged silhouettes, Mr. Henderson decided to do a roll call. Just a routine check. He stood by the fire, his checklist illuminated by the flickering flames. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let's do a quick head count. Just say yes when I call your name. He started down the list. Ben. Yes. Chloe. Chloe. Yes. The voices echoed, one after another, familiar and reassuring. He went through all 12 names. 12 yeses. But then, after the last name was called, from the deep darkness just beyond the ring of our firelight, a 13th voice croaked. Yes. A dead silence fell over the camp. Every head whipped towards the sound. There was nothing there but a wall of impenetrable blackness. Mr. Henderson's face went pale in the firelight. He tried to laugh it off. Okay, very funny. Who was that? No one answered. We looked at each other, eyes wide with confusion and a growing dread. It wasn't any of us. The voice had been guttural, dry, like leaves skittering across stone. It didn't sound human. The rest of the night was sleepless. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a fresh jolt of fear through us. We huddled closer to the fire, its light feeling less like a comfort and more like a tiny, fragile island in an ocean of darkness. We told ourselves it was a prank, an echo, anything but what we truly feared. But the feeling of being watched, of a presence lurking just out of sight, was suffocating. The next morning, we packed up in a hurry. No one spoke much. The shared, unspoken terror hung heavy in the air. We just wanted to get off that mountain. The hike back was a frantic, paranoid march. Every shadow seemed to move. Every bird call sounded like a mimic we felt hunted. Late in the afternoon, while crossing a shallow creek, Sarah, one of the younger girls, slipped and fell. When we helped her up, she was pointing, her face a mask of terror. Up on the ridge overlooking the creek, standing partially hidden behind a thick pine, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, unnaturally so. It stood on 2 legs, but its proportions were all wrong. Long, lanky limbs, and a head that seemed to be a grotesque fusion of a man and a deer. Crowned with antlers that tangled with the branches above, it just stood there, watching us. Its eyes, I'll never forget its eyes. They glowed with a faint, malevolent light, like dying embers. We didn't wait for Mr. Henderson to give an order. We ran. We scrambled over rocks and through thorny bushes, not caring about the scratches or the stumbles. The only thing that mattered was putting distance between us and that thing. Behind us, we could hear it. A sound that was a mix of a man clearing his throat and the chuff of a large animal, keeping pace with us effortlessly through the dense woods. We could hear its footsteps, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4, crashing through the undergrowth just behind us. Then, we started hearing voices. Our own voices. It called out my name, in my mother's voice, telling me to slow down, to wait for her. It called to Ben, in his little brother's voice, asking for help. It was a cruel, psychological torture, trying to pick us off, to lure us into the darkness. But Mr. Henderson, his face grim, kept yelling, "Don't listen. It's not real. Keep moving." Hours blurred into a nightmare of exhaustion and fear. We finally burst out of the tree line and onto the dirt road where our van was parked. The sight of it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We piled in, a sobbing, hysterical mess. Mr. Henderson fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking violently. As the engine roared to life, I looked back at the woods. For a split second, I saw it again, standing at the edge of the forest, who's watching. The deer-like head tilted, as if in curiosity, before it melted back into the shadows. We never spoke of what happened on that mountain, not in detail. We couldn't. How do you explain hearing a 13th yes? How do you describe a creature that wears the shape of a man but has the eyes of something ancient and hungry? I still have nightmares. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I'll wake up, thinking I hear a faint, guttural voice from the darkness outside my window, whispering, yes. That experience changed me forever. It taught me that there are ancient things in this world that we don't understand, and that some legends are more than just stories told around a campfire. Thank you for listening to my story. If you've ever had an experience you can't explain, share it in the comments below. And if you enjoy tales from the dark side of the woods, be sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more. Stay safe out there. The crisp mountain air was supposed to be a cure-all, a clean break from the smog and noise of the city. My girlfriend Clara and I had rented a remote cabin deep in the backcountry, a place promising nothing but pines and silence. We found it at the end of a long, rutted dirt road, a charmingly rustic A-frame with a huge picture window facing the dense forest. We were thrilled. That first day was ideal. We hiked, we laughed, and as dusk settled, we built a crackling fire in the stone hearth. It was perfect. That night, I woke up to a strange sound, a rhythmic, heavy thudding against the outside wall. I nudged Clara. "Did you hear that?" She mumbled, half asleep. I crept to the window, peering into the inky blackness. Nothing. Just the silhouette of trees against a starless sky. I dismissed it as a branch or an animal and went back to bed. But the feeling of being watched, that primal, hair-raising instinct, had already taken root. The next day, things felt off. The woods seemed quieter. The birds had stopped singing. While making coffee, I noticed a set of large, unusual tracks near the cabin's foundation. They weren't bear, and they weren't deer. They looked almost human, but elongated, with deep claw marks dug into the soft earth. Clara saw them too, her brow furrowing with concern. "Probably just a weird coyote," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. We decided to shake it off with another hike, venturing deeper into the forest than before. That's when we found the totems. They were crude effigies, woven from sticks, animal bones, and tufts of dark, coarse fur hanging from tree limbs. They were arranged in a loose circle, and a cold dread washed over me. This wasn't some hiker's art project. This felt ancient and territorial. Clara grabbed my arm, air face pale. "Let's go back," she whispered. We didn't need to be told twice. As we hurried back, the forest, which had been unnervingly silent, came alive, but not with the sounds of nature. It was a mimicry. We heard a faint, distorted echo of our own conversation from earlier that morning. Then, Clara's name, whispered in a voice that was almost mine, but not quite. It was raspy, guttural. We broke into a run, the sounds of snapping twigs chasing us all the way back to the cabin. We slammed the door, heartbeats hammering against our ribs, and bolted it shut. As evening fell, we sat in near silence, the cozy cabin now feeling like a trap. The fire did little to warm the chill that had settled deep in our bones. I tried to reassure Clara, to rationalize what we'd experienced, but the words felt hollow even to me. That's when I saw it. The picture window, which should have been a black mirror reflecting the cabin's interior, showed something wrong. The reflection was perfect, the roaring fire, the couch, the lamp. But there was a discrepancy. In the reflection, Clara and I were both sitting on the couch, but in reality, I was standing by the fireplace. My blood ran cold. I stared, mesmerized and horrified. My reflection was on the couch, sitting right next to Clara, its head slightly turned, a grin stretching its features into an unnatural, predatory smile. I slowly turned my head towards the real Clara. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the window. She had seen it too. "Liam," she breathed, her voice a fragile tremor. Don't move. The figure in the reflection, the one wherein my face slowly lifted a hand and waved. Not at us. It was waving at something outside, in the darkness. Then, the thudding started again. Louder this time, right at the front door. Thud. Thud. It was followed by a scratching, a frantic, desperate clawing at the wood. A voice, a perfect imitation of my own, called out, "Clara, honey, I forgot my keys. Can you let me in?" I was standing right beside her. We scrambled backward, away from the door, away from the window. The thing in the reflection was now standing up, its grin wider, its eyes black pits. The banging on the door grew more violent, the wood groaning under the force. The voice outside started to change, twisting from my own into a chorus of guttural clicks and high-pitched shrieks, the sounds of 1,000 animals in their death throes. I grabbed the heavy iron poker from the fireplace. Clara was sobbing, huddled in the corner. Primera adi no plan. There was nowhere to run. The window reflection showed the thing that looked like me walking towards the door from the inside. As if topen italiano. Suddenly, the front window imploded. A shower of glass rained into the cabin as a massive, dark form lunged through the empty frame. It was impossibly tall and gaunt, its limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was like stretched, leathery hide, and its face was a nightmarish blend of coyote and man. With eyes that glowed with a faint, malevolent red, it let out a shriek that vibrated through my very soul. It wasn't after us. It lunged at the front door. The creature outside, the mimic, shrieked in response. They were fighting. The cabin became a whirlwind of snarling, clawing, and screaming as these two horrors tore at each other. We didn't wait to see who won. I grabbed Clara, and we scrambled out the shattered back window, cutting ourselves on the glass. We didn't look back. We just ran, fueled by pure terror. The sounds of the unholy battle fading behind us as we sprinted blindly through the dark woods, praying we'd find the road. We never went back to the backcountry. Some places are not meant for us, and some things are better left undisturbed. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this story, please hit that like button and subscribe for more Tales from the Shadows. Stay safe out there. The old-growth forest has a way of swallowing sound. 1 minute, you hear the crunch of your own boots on a carpet of pine needles. The next, an unnerving silence presses in from all sides. My name is Alex, and I'm a land surveyor. For me, the woods were just an office with a much better view. Until that one job, deep in a tract of land that hadn't been surveyed in over a century. The title was Boundary Survey in Old Growth. The client was a faceless corporation that had bought the land sight unseen. My task was simple. Find the old markers. Update the map. Easy enough, right? The first day was normal. I set up my base camp near a small, gurgling creek, the air crisp and smelling of damp earth and pine. I spent the day hacking through underbrush, following the faint traces of an old survey line. It was tough work, but satisfying. That night, though, the forest changed. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs was replaced by a heavy, expectant quiet. I was sitting by my fire, reviewing my notes, when I heard it. A whistle. It wasn't a bird. Not at that hour. It was a tuna, simple, 3-note melody, whistled from somewhere deep in the darkness beyond my firelight. It sounded almost human, but not quite. Primera que let out, thinking maybe it was another hiker, but only the silence answered back. I brushed it off as my mind playing tricks and crawled into my tent, the unsettling melody echoing in my head. The next morning, I packed my gear and headed deeper into the woods, towards the northern boundary line. The forest grew thicker, the trees, ancient and gnarled, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. That's when my equipment started acting up. My GPS was losing signal constantly, which was odd but not unheard of in dense canopy. But then my compass went haywire. I stopped to take a bearing, and the needle, instead of pointing north, began to spin wildly, before slowly, deliberately, pointing directly at me. I shook it, tapped it, even cursed at it. But every time, the result was the same. The needle pointed at me, as if I was the magnetic pole. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. I tried to reason it away, some weird magnetic interference from ore deposits in the ground. Maybe, but the feeling that I was being watched, that something was actively messing with me, was impossible to shake. Primera presed, on relying on my map in the sun for direction. The whistling started again, closer this time. The same 3 notes, over and over, from different directions. First from my left, then immediately from my right, then from high up in the branches above. It was like whatever was making the sound could move with impossible speed. I started calling out, my voice sounding small and pathetic in the vastness of the woods. Who's there? Show yourself. The whistling stopped, replaced by a new sound. A voice, my voice, echoed back at me from the trees. Who's there? It mocked, perfectly, mimicking my tone and inflection. Then, it started calling my name. Alex, ... Come find us. Alex, ... It was a chorus of my own voice, distorted and malicious, coming from all around. Panic. Sit. In. I abandoned the survey line and started running, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. Twigs and branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the undergrowth. Behind me, I could hear something keeping pace, something large. It wasn't just running, it was mimicking the sounds of my panic, my ragged breaths, my grunts of effort, the snapping of branches under my feet. It was a perfect, terrifying echo of my own flight. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw nothing but shifting shadows between the ancient trunks, but he felt Italiano, a presence, ancient and malevolent, toying with me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I finally burst out of the tree line and stumbled into a small, overgrown clearing. In the center stood a single, massive oak, its bark scarred with strange, deep gouges, and at its base, I saw them. Bones. Not animal bones. They were arranged in bizarre, deliberate patterns. Rib cages spread like wings, femurs stacked like firewood, and in the center of it all, a human skull sat facing me, its empty sockets, seeming to follow my every move. The whistling returned, but this time it was right behind me. Ispunaron, my heart hammering against my ribs. Standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the shadows of the trees, was a figure. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs long and jointed at odd angles. It was draped in what looked like a deer hide, but the way it moved, it wasn't human. It took a step forward, and its form seemed to ripple and shift. The head, crowned with antlers, tilted. Then, it spoke, not in my voice this time, but in a dry, rasping whisper that scraped at the inside of my skull. It said my father's name, a name no one in these woods could possibly know. It then mimicked the last conversation I ever had with him before he passed away, word for word in his exact voice. It was a memory so private, so deeply buried, that hearing it there, in that place, from that thing, shattered what was left of my sanity. It was stealing my memories, wearing them like a costume to lure me in. This wasn't just a predator. It was something that fed on fear, on identity. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat. I just turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran, or in what direction. All I knew was the sound of my father's voice, twisted into a horrifying parody, chasing me through the dark woods. I eventually found the creek from my first night and followed it downstream, not stopping until the sun came up and the terrible sounds finally faded. I burst out onto a dirt road, flagging down the first truck I saw. The driver, a local logger, took one look at my torn clothes and terrified face and didn't ask any questions. A hoostrub. I never finished that survey. I quit my job the next day. I told my boss the equipment failed, that the terrain was impossible. I never told him the truth.
How good.
How do you explain that the compass wasn't pointing north? It was pointing at the monster wearing your own face. I still have nightmares. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I think I can hear a faint, 3-note whistle on the wind, and I know, whatever it was in that old-growth forest, it remembers me, and it's waiting. Thanks for tuning in for another story. If you've ever had an experience you can't explain out in the wild, I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more tales from the shadows. Stay safe out there. The job paid well, and I never minded heights. That's probably why I ended up as a wind turbine technician, scaling a 300-foot tower to get to the nacelle. That massive box at the top housing the generator was just another day at the office for me. The views were incredible, especially out here in the desolate, windswept plains of northern Arizona. But one particular inspection, one that started like any other, would change my perception of heights, solitude, and the rustling wind forever. It was late afternoon, the sun beginning its slow descent, painting the vast, empty landscape in hues of orange and deep purple. I was working solo, a common occurrence on routine checks. The company was trying to cut costs, so sending two of us out was becoming rare. I'd just finished my climb up the long, cold, internal ladder of the turbine tower. The air was still and stuffy inside, a stark contrast to the gale that I knew was howling outside. I pushed open the heavy hatch at the top, stepping out into the cramped space of the nacelle. The roar of the wind immediately filled my ears, a constant, powerful symphony. The massive blade sliced through the air, just feet from me. A rhythmic whoosh-whoosh, whoosh-whoosh, that you could feel in your chest. My job was simple: run diagnostics, check fluid levels, and inspect for any wear and tear. I got to work, my movements practiced and efficient. My mind focused on the checklist clipped to my harness. About an hour passed. The sun had dipped lower, casting long, eerie shadows that stretched 4 miles across the scrubland below. I was almost done. Just a few final checks on the gearbox. That's when I heard it. It was faint at first, almost lost in the howl of the wind and the groan of the machinery, a sound that didn't belong. A rhythmic thump, thump, thump. I paused, holding my breath, straining my ears. The sound was coming from outside, from on top of the nacelle. My heart skipped a beat. That was impossible. The nacelle's roof is a curved, slippery fiberglass shell, slick with oil and exposed to winds that could peel a man right off. No one could be up there. It had to be a loose panel, or maybe a bird had gotten incredibly unlucky. I tried to dismiss it, my rational mind searching for a logical explanation. I went back to my work, but my focus was shattered. Asterisk thump, thump, thump. There it was again, louder this time, more deliberate. It sounded like footsteps, heavy footsteps, pacing back and forth directly above my head. A cold dread, colder than the high-altitude wind, began to creep up my spine. I was 300 feet in the air, in a metal box, miles from the nearest soul. Who or what could be walking on the roof? My hand trembled as I reached for the radio on my harness. Base, this is Tower 7. Do you copy? Static. I tried again. Base, this is Technician Miller at Tower 7. I have a situation. Is anyone else on site? Over. More static. The signal was usually spotty out here, but tonight it felt malicious, like the world had deliberately cut me off. The pacing stopped. An unnerving silence fell over the nacelle, a silence made even more profound by the ceaseless roar of the wind and blade. I stood frozen, my ears ringing. Then, a new sound, a scraping, a long, drawn-out screech of something sharp being dragged across the fiberglass roof. It was slow, deliberate, and it was moving towards the only other way out of the nacelle, the emergency escape hatch on the roof, right above me. Panic set in, raw and primal. Every horror story my Navajo grandfather used to tell me, stories I'd dismissed as old folklore, came rushing back. Tales of the Yi, Naldulushi, the Skinwalker, beings that could take the form of animals, that mimicked human sounds, that stalked the lonely and the isolated. He'd warned me about being out in the open, especially at dusk. They are drawn to the wind, he'd said. They listen on it. A loud bang directly above my head made me jump so hard I nearly dropped my wrench. It sounded like something had been dropped, or had landed right on the hatch. My blood ran cold. I was trapped. The main hatch had come through was below me, but the only way down was that long, dark ladder. The thought of climbing down, my back exposed to whatever was waiting for me to emerge, was terrifying. Then I heard the voice. It was a faint whisper at first, carried on the wind, seeming to come from all directions at once. It sounded like a distorted recording, a grotesque mimicry of a human voice. It was calling my name. Ja, ha, ha. It rasped, the sound inhumanly long and stretched out. Jahuk. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the far wall of the nacelle, my eyes wide with terror, fixed on the roof hatch. The scraping started again, but this time it was on the hatch itself. Fingernails, or claws, scratching, trying to find a purchase, trying to pry it open. My mind was screaming. This can't be real. It's the wind. It's the altitude playing tricks on me. But then the hatch handle, a heavy steel lever, began to jiggle. Slowly at first, then more violently. Asterisk. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Bang. Jiggle, jiggle. Bang. Something was trying to force its way in. It knew how the mechanism worked. I could hear guttural clicks and growls mixed with the scratching, sounds that were neither human nor animal. It was a monstrous fusion of both. My survival instinct finally kicked in, overriding the paralysis of fear. I couldn't stay here. I looked at the main hatch below me, leading to the ladder. It was my only chance. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I bolted for it. As my hand touched the cold steel of the hatch, a final, deafening crack echoed from the roof. The emergency hatch had been ripped from its hinges. I didn't look back. I threw open the main hatch and scrambled onto the ladder, my heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted to break free. I started descending, my hands and feet moving in a blur, slipping on the rungs in my haste. From the nacelle above, I heard a terrible, wet thud as something heavy dropped inside. A scream, a sound that was a twisted mockery of human pain, echoed down the tower shaft after me. It was my voice, or a perfect, horrifying copy of it. "Hold me. It's got my leg," it shrieked. I knew it was a trick, a lure to get me to stop, to hesitate. I forced myself to keep going, plunging down into the darkness of the tower, the mimicked screams and guttural chattering chasing me all the way down. I didn't stop until my feet hit the solid ground at the base. I burst out of the door, not daring to look up, and sprinted towards my truck, the keys fumbling in my trembling hands. As I peeled out of there, kicking up a cloud of dust, I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. For a split second, silhouetted against the dying light at the very top of the turbine, I saw a figure. It was tall and possibly thin, and hunched over, its long limbs dangling grotesquely, and it was watching me go. I never went back. I quit the next day, given no explanation. They can keep the high pay. Some places, man was not meant to be. Some things, you're not meant to see. And some sounds, once heard on the wind 300 feet in the air, you can never, ever unhear. Thanks for tuning in for another story. If you've ever had an experience you can't explain, I'd love to hear about it in the comments below. Stay safe out there, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more Tillies from the dark. I'll see you in the next one. I am Mark Alvarez, junior engineer with Winslow Public Works, Flood Unit, and my assignment on Alipia night was to run an acoustic survey through the south drain under the industrial park. The plan was routine. Open the grate behind the machine shop, climb down with a calibrated mic and a floodlight, log reflections on a tablet, and map distances for rehab work. My partner was Rohan, a quiet hydrologist who knows every culvert number by memory and can guess pipe diameter by smell. The air that rose from the shaft smelled of limestone, iron, and wet pennies, and the ladder rungs were cold enough to bite through gloves. The tunnel was round concrete with a skin of moisture that made our headlamps smear. I keyed the radio for the safety check and heard only static, which is normal underground. So I set the mic pole and said the first phrase, "Test 1," and the echo came back clean. Test 1. Exactly where the math said it should. We walked deeper and measured steps, counting segments allowed for the log while the air turned sharper and the sound felt like it could cut. And when I called test 2, I heard something wrong because before my last word finished, Another voice said 2, and it was my voice with my brain and my breath. Only it arrived first. Rohan asked if I'd cue to playback. I held up the mic with its red light steady, and I said it must be a double bounce from some odd curve, which did not convince either of us. At a junction where the left branch sloped toward the aquifer bypass, and the right ended in a catch. A bottle cap rolled out of the dark and spun on its rim between our boots before clicking flat, and neither of us had touched the wall. A wind moved the wrong direction, toward us against grade, and when I tried test 3, the answer came instantly. 3, as if the tunnel had been waiting with the word in its mouth. Rohan glanced at the tablet and said the spectrum showed 2 traces with the earlier one leading by a fraction, and she cinched her strap tighter. We stayed on plan because the equipment was expensive and because speaking fear out loud would make it heavier. And every 20 meters the concrete changed from rough aggregate to a skimmed skin that felt warm under my palm like a person who had just walked away. The chamber beneath the next storm junction opened high with ribs of broken pipe, and I killed the floodlight to read the room by sound, while our breath found a slow, shared rhythm that the tunnel absorbed and then returned as a low tone. Rowan whispered that it was not water, and the tone shaped itself into our names, flat and correct, as if learned from our check-in. The lamp came back on, and the mineral film on the wall held faint finger drags that pointed upward into the dark. We agreed without talking to turn around, because the map did not pay extra for curiosity. When we turned, a figure blocked the branch behind us, and the headlamp on its forehead threw our beam back into our faces. And it had my height, and the same dented helmet, and the same strap mark on the pack. I stepped, and it stepped half a beat ahead as if it knew what I would do and preferred to do it first. And Rowan shouted, and her voice doubled, a true cry, and a false one that arrived early. Like a rehearsal, we ran for the ladder, boots slapping algae that squealed underfoot, and every splash echoed out of order, so the tunnel sounded like it was predicting us rather than trailing us. The rungs thrummed through my gloves as if someone already gripped them from above, and when I yelled up the shaft, answered up before my vowel left my mouth, the grate fought us, like a door that did not want to release, then slid and sealed with a dull ring that left the world too quiet. We sat on the gravel with the machine shop's sodium glow buzzing over our heads while a breath rose through the grate in a cadence that matched ours, slow and steady, and then the cadence changed by one beat and stopped. The drive back tasted like wet metal, even with both windows down, and the office lab felt too bright when we dropped the recorder into the dock. On the big monitor, the waveform looked ordinary until the noise floor lifted and a third voice slid between my test calls, human and low, and speaking 3 short instructions. Keep talking. Almost caught up. And one more line I never said that opened a duplicate file on its own and played in my mouth. I'm still inside. The software froze. The duplicate refused to delete. And Rohan left her badge on the console in the morning and did not come back. Public was sealed the south axis, with a contamination notice that blamed hydrogen sulfide, even though our meter had read 0. And the map went red line pending rehab over the branch we had taken, which is a polite way to say nobody wants to listen there again. I tried to bury the night under surface work and crosswalk paint and parade cones. But the first spring storm woke the gutters, and the drains on my street began to sing with falling water. And as I crossed the alley, I heard a careful test one rise through the manhole. And when I leaned closer, the answer came up first. 1, in my voice but thinner, and the grate breathed against the wind. I stepped back and the storm said, keep talking in the tone a recorder uses when it thinks it has the right level. A month later, I returned a microflume to the industrial lot and found the same bottle cap on clean asphalt in the same spin position. And the air over the grate moved the wrong way like a lung that inhaled when it should exhale. I transferred to daytime surface cruise, where sunlight and traffic noise make echoes lose their nerve. And when someone asked if the drains sing on leap nights, I told them water sings when you grade it wrong. And I did not add that some nights it sings even when everything is correct. Now when storms build and the city goes quiet between thunder, I hear my own cadence rise from the curb boxes near my apartment, a patient rehearsal of phrases I did not say. And if I answer it at all, the reply comes a heartbeat ahead with my same grain and a little gravel added, as if concrete is practicing my voice and only needs one more lesson to get it right. If you ever run an acoustic test in a storm tunnel, keep your phrases short and never give your full name. Do not test a second time if the echo anticipates you, and if your reflection steps from the mist and moves just before you do. Climb without speaking, seal the grate, and wait until the breath below you falls out of rhythm. Echoes are supposed to die as distance grows, but some of them learn the path back to your stream. And once the drain knows your cadence, it can finish the sentence without you. I started working at the data center a few miles north of Gallup after I left fieldwork. The whole building is half buried in the desert, this giant square of concrete and noise. The air around it just hums, like a throat full of static. It's a sound you learn to ignore after about a month on the night shift. I figured computers would be quieter company than people. Man, was I wrong. By the time the last of the day crew punches out, the building feels like it's holding its breath, like a sealed ship under pressure. Every surface has this faint blue glow from the server status lights, and the air is so dry it feels like it could crackle. My job is simple. Do the nightly system checks, coolant levels, humidity, server uptime, and log any anomalies. The best part, nothing exciting ever happens. That's exactly why I took the job. That Thursday started like any other. The temperature inside was a steady 66 degrees. The fans were humming along at a constant 900 RPM. The only sound was the rhythmic pulse of the big crack units cycling the air. At exactly 2:13 a.m., I stepped out of the main server hall to have a smoke in the courtyard. Getting back inside is a two-step process. The facility's security gate needs a badge swipe and a voice print. Standard two-factor authentication. You say your ID code. The reader matches your voice's waveform, and the lock clicks open. Simple innov. In the sky that night was just black glass. There was no wind, just that constant, low-level static hum bleeding through the concrete walls. I leaned against a planter and watched the distant lights of the interstate shimmer like a mirage. About 10 minutes went by, and then I heard it. My own voice, faint, but crystal clear, coming from the speaker on the door right behind me. Employee 719, requesting entry. I whipped around. The badge reader's little lead had turned green. I heard the magnetic lock click open, but I was still standing outside. I stepped closer, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. The screen displayed 2 words: access granted. And right below that, voice match confirmed. I looked through the reinforced glass door. Inside, I saw the motion sensors flash, registering movement down the hall. Something was walking past the cameras. I fumbled for my badge and swiped it. The system rejected it. A message popped up. User already inside. Every hair in my arm stood on end. I grabbed the intercom. This is Eli Morales, operator on shift. There's a system glitch logged me back out. Absolute silence. No response. Through the glass, I saw movement between the server racks. It was a human shape. Same build as me, wearing the same gray hoodie I had on. It stopped right beside rack C19, the exact spot where I'd been working just a little while ago. I could see its reflection on the glass panel of the server cabinet. The face staring back. It was mine, down to the small scar on my lip. It tilted its head, as if it was listening to something. And then, it spoke. Through the speaker, my own voice said, "You should have stayed outside." The voice was mine, but it was eerily calm, unhurried, perfectly precise. I stumbled backward, tripping over the curb. My access badge was swinging from its clip, the plastic vibrating so faintly, it felt like it was tuned to the humming of the walls. I tried calling security on my radio, but all I got was a hiss of overlapping static. And in that static, I could hear versions of my own voice, reading the hourly report. I hadn't even finished yet. Each sentence was layered over the last, just a half second late, until it sounded like a whole crowd of me, talking at once. Inside, the shape started walking toward the secondary airlock, the one that leads to the main server vault. It placed its hand on the biometric panel and looked straight up at the camera. Just then, my headset beeped. It was Central Control, sending an override signal. The operator on the other end sounded half asleep. "Ela, why are you triggering the maintenance sequence without giving notice?" "I'm outside," I yelled into the mic. "Negative," he replied, his voice suddenly sounding thin and shaky. "You're logged in twice. One of you is at gate 2, the other is in the vault." Which one is you? Check the cameras. Primera playa. Did. I am, he answered, and I could hear the fear in his voice. Both feeds. Both feeds show you. And then the line went dead. A low, whining sound started rising from the building. It was the sound of the airflow reversing as the backup fan spun down. The red fail-safe lights flickered on, bathing the hallways in an emergency glow. That meant only one thing. Someone had opened the vault without authorization. I sprinted to the side access door and punched in the emergency code. Denied. The same message flashed on the screen. User active. Then, the intercom crackled to life again. You already came in. The voice was changing now. The rhythm was off. The syllables stretched out, like they were being dragged through a wire. You already came in, Eli. You said you needed to cool off. The desert air suddenly felt freezing, even though there was still no wind. The ground around the fence started to shimmer, but it wasn't from heat. It was from the vibration. Every single power conduit leading into that building was buzzing louder now, almost like it was alive. I pressed my ear against the cold metal of the door. From inside, I could hear the hum of the servers, but they were out of sync. Their fan speeds were slipping from that steady, comforting rhythm into a staggered, uneven pulse. It sounded like something breathing. The badge reader blinked again. This time, the small speaker didn't speak. It whispered, "Let me out." Primera jumped back. The glass pane of the door started to darken, as if something was pressing against it from the inside. A pale outline spread across the glass. First fingers, then a full hand. My hand. The ridges of the fingerprint, the lines on the palm, they matched mine perfectly. But the shape's wrist, it stretched too long. The tendons sharp and tight under the skin. The metal door actually flexed, not from hit, but from an immense pressure behind it, like something was testing the strength of the lock. The intercom spoke again, the voice higher now, rushed. "It's cold in here. Unlock it." "You left me running." I dared to look through the glass again. The figure had turned and was now standing just inches from the door. Its face flickered like a corrupted video file. It was my face 1 second, and then just blank. Digital static the next. And then it smiled. And in that exact moment, the sound of every single server fan in the entire facility synced up perfectly with the humming in my ears. I bolted. I ran for the guard shack at the front gate. The night watchman, Doug, was slumped over his keyboard, the glow from his screen washing over his face. I shook him awake. He groaned, looking at me, confused. "You're back already? You just walked through here 5 minutes ago." "No, I've been outside this whole time," I said, my voice cracking. He frowned. "Then who was it that told me the vault humidity was spiking?" "The log shows it was your voice." I told him to pull up the security feed. He loaded the footage from 2:20 a.m. And there it was. On the screen it showed me stepping back inside, scanning my badge, sighing my code, and walking calmly down the main hall. The camera tracked me as I entered the vault. The timestamp on the video matched the exact moment I was outside smoking. Doug's face went white. "That's you, man. I swear, I talked to you." We rewound the footage. We went through it, frame by frame. Just before the other me entered the vault, Primera. Doblo would stop, look directly up into the security camera, and whisper something. We couldn't hear it clearly. The microphone only managed to catch one word. 13. Then the feed cut to black. Doug grabbed the phone to call the regional supervisor. The line rang once, and then someone answered. But it wasn't a person. It was a whisper of static that slowly formed into words, our words, from just 10 seconds ago. "That's you, man. I talked to you." It just kept repeating the phrase until Doug slammed the phone down. When we looked back at the live camera feed, the vault door was wide open. The figure was gone. And the fans had stopped completely. The building was silent for the first time. We just waited for the dawn shift to arrive. The technicians came in, ran their diagnostics, and found absolutely nothing wrong with the systems. No evidence of a forced entry, no glitches, nothing. The entire security log from that night had cleared itself at 4:12 a.m., leaving only a single entry. The timestamp of my failed badge attempt. Corporate wrote the whole thing off as a software glitch and had the hardware swapped out. But that night, as I was finally leaving the facility, my phone buzzed. It was a voicemail. The call was from the data center's main extension. I had never given that number to anyone. My hands were shaking as I played it. It was my own voice, whispering over the familiar background hum of the server hall. "You should have stayed inside. It's colder out here." When I held the phone to my ear, the sound deepened into that same layered chorus from the radio, dozens of copies of my voice, all slightly delayed, merging together into pure static. I quit 2 days later, but it's not over. Still, every night, at around 2:30, my home smart speaker lights up without any command. It blinks green and plays a faint, tinny recording of the access tone from that badge reader. Sometimes it whispers my name, and sometimes it just clicks open, like a door granting entry to someone who already sounds way too much like me. So, if you ever find yourself working the night shift in a place that hums louder than your own thoughts, listen to me. Never, ever answer a voice that uses your own mouth to speak, because the walls might recognize it before you do. And once a building like that learns your tone, it does not forget. Thanks for listening to my story. If you want to hear more strange tales from the quiet corners of the world, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Stay safe out there. My grandfather always told me, never drive the reservation cutoff road after dark. He wasn't talking about bad people or rough patches of asphalt. He was talking about something older, something that watches from the trees. Of course, I was young and stupid. I thought I knew better. One late October evening, with a storm brewing on the horizon, I learned just how wrong I was. I was heading back from a friend's place in the next county over. My GPS, for some reason, insisted the fastest route was the old cutoff road. It was a lonely stretch of pavement, slicing through miles of dense, dark forest that bordered the reservation. I hadn't been on it in years. The sun had already bled out of the sky, leaving a bruised, purple twilight. As the first fat drops of rain began to spatter my windshield, an uneasy feeling started to creep up my spine. It felt like the woods were leaning in, swallowing the narrow road hole. Up ahead, I saw the first pair of road reflectors, gleaming in my headlights, little orange eyes, winking back at me from the shoulder. Normal, right? But as I got closer, something was off. They seemed too bright, too far apart. I drove past them and saw them fade away in my mirror. A few hundred yards later, another pair. Same intense glow. I flicked my high beams on and off. They just stared back, unblinking. That's when it happened. The third pair of reflectors appeared in the distance. I watched them, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. 1, 2, 3 seconds. And then, one of them blinked. Not like a flicker, but a slow, deliberate blink, like an eyelid closing and opening. My heart hammered against my ribs. I told myself it was a trick of the light, the rain on the glass. Then the other one blinked. They blinked again, but this time, in perfect unison. It was rhythmic. Human. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't right. Reflectors don't blink in human time. I stomped on the gas, the engine roaring in protest. The car fishtailed slightly on the wet asphalt. I had to get away. I glanced at the rearview mirror, just as a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. For a split second, I saw it, standing right where the reflectors had been. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its emaciated frame. Its skin was the color of ash, stretched tight over bone, and its head was like a deer's skull, crowned with massive, branching antlers that scraped the low-hanging branches. But the eyes were those glowing orange orbs, burning with a cold, ancient hunger. Panic set in, pure, unadulterated terror. The car was skidding, the tires screaming. I was pushing 90 on a road that was unsafe at 40. The rain was coming down in sheets now, turning the world outside into a blurry nightmare. Behind me, I could hear it, a sound that shouldn't exist. The heavy, rhythmic thud of hooves on pavement, somehow keeping pace with my speeding car. And then, a voice. It wasn't through my ears. It was inside my head, a dry, rasping whisper that sounded like dead leaves skittering across concrete. It called my name, Jacob. How did it know my name? The voice was a hook in my mind, pulling, beckoning me to stop, to turn back. It promised warmth from the cold rain. It promised an end to my fear. It promised I wouldn't be alone anymore. Every instinct screamed at me to keep driving, but a part of me, a small, terrified part, was tempted. The whisper grew louder, more persuasive, weaving itself into the howl of the wind and the drumming of the rain. Then I remembered my grandfather's other warning. If it calls to you, he'd said, his voice grim, it's already tasting your fear. It wants you to give in. Don't listen. Sing. Pray. Yell. Do anything but listen to its lies. With a ragged sob, I started screaming. Just nonsensical noise at first. Then I started shouting the lyrics to any song I could remember, my voice cracking. I blasted the radio, turning the dial until I found a station. Any station. The chaotic blast of static and distorted music was a shield against the insidious whisper in my skull. I didn't dare look in the mirror again. I just kept my eyes glued to the road ahead, praying for the end of the forest, for the sight of a single streetlight. The thudding behind me grew more frantic, angrier. A scraping sound, long and shrill, raked across the roof of my car, like claws on metal. I flinched, swerving violently. The car spun, the world turning into a dizzying kaleidoscope of dark trees and flashing headlights. I braced for impact. The car slammed sideways into something hard, the crunch of metal and shattering glass deafening. Then, silence. I hung against my seatbelt, dazed. The engine was dead. The radio was silent. The only sound was the rain and my own ragged breathing. I slowly turned my head. My car was wrapped around a massive oak tree. The driver's side was crushed, but I was alive. For a moment, there was just stillness. The oppressive feeling was gone. The whispering had stopped. Then I heard a soft tapping on the passenger side window. Slowly, my heart climbing into my throat, I turned, staring in at me. Its face, just inches from the glass, was the creature. The deer skull was gone. In its place was a face that was a horrific mockery of a human's. The skin was pale and waxy, stretched over sharp cheekbones. The mouth was a lipless slit that stretched too wide, but the eyes, they were the same glowing orange orbs. It smiled, a slow, predatory stretching of its mouth, and raised a long, bony finger, tapping the glass again. Tap. 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 It wasn't trying to break in. It knew I was trapped. It knew the fear was choking me. The whisper returned to my head, no longer persuasive, but victorious. So hungry. I closed my eyes, waiting for the glass to shatter, for the end to come. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed. But the next thing I knew, I was being shaken. A bright light was shining in my face. Sir. Sir. Can you hear me? It was a state trooper. The sun was rising. The storm had passed. They pulled me from the wreckage. My car was totaled, but somehow I only had a few cuts and bruises. When I tried to tell them what happened, they just exchanged glances. They said I must have fallen asleep at the wheel, hydroplaned in the storm, and that I was lucky to be alive. They pointed out the long, deep gouges on the roof and hood of my car. Must have been some branches you hit on the way down, one of them said. But the scratches were too straight to parallel. I never drove the reservation cutoff road again. Some nights, when the wind howls just right, I can almost hear that dry, whispering voice on the edge of my hearing. My grandfather was right. There are things out there in the deep, dark woods that have been there forever, and they are always, always hungry. The reflectors on that road don't mark the edge of the pavement. They mark the edge of a hunting ground, and those that blink, they aren't reflectors at all. They're the eyes of the thing that's patiently waiting for you to drive by. Thanks for joining me for this story. If you felt that chill down your spine, hit that like button and subscribe for more tales from the shadows. Stay safe out there, and whatever you do, stay on the main roads. The Northwoods have secrets, ancient and hungry. We think we know the forests, the whisper of wind through pines, the familiar snap of a twig underfoot. But some things are meant to be forgotten, buried under layers of snow and time. My grandfather, a man whose face was a roadmap of harsh winters and quiet wisdom, used to tell me stories. Not fairy tales, but warnings. He'd say the deepest, darkest parts of the woods don't belong to us, and sometimes take all out. This is the story of the one time, I answered. It was late autumn, that brittle, in-beat wean season when the world is painted in shades of brown and gray. I was tracking a massive buck I'd been watching for weeks. The air was cold enough to see your breath, sharp and clean. I'd pushed deeper into the state forest than I ever had before, chasing the promise of a trophy that would make me a local legend. The sun was starting to dip low, casting long, skeletal shadows through the trees. That's when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. It was faint at first. A high, melodic cry that seemed to drift on the wind. It was beautiful. Almost like a woman singing a lullaby. It was utterly out of place. My hunter's instincts screamed at me to turn back, that something was wrong. But curiosity, that foolish, fatal human trait, got the better of me. The sound was hypnotic, pulling me forward. Every logical part of my brain was a blaring alarm, but my feet kept moving, as if attached to strings. I told myself it was just the wind, or a strange bird. Anything to quiet the growing dread in my gut. The song grew stronger, clearer, echoing in a way that seemed to defy the dense woods. It felt like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was a siren's call, and I was sailing right towards the rocks. I broke into a clearing I didn't recognize. The trees here were older, gnarled and twisted, their branches like grasping claws against the bruised purple sky. And in the center of the clearing, bathed in the last rays of twilight, stood a deer. But it wasn't the buck I'd been tracking. This one was wrong. It was unnaturally still, its head cocked at an angle that looked painful. Its fur was patchy, revealing pale, almost translucent skin underneath. But the worst part was its eyes. They weren't the soft, brown eyes of a deer. They were intelligent, and they were glowing with a faint, malevolent light as they stared directly at me. My blood ran cold. The beautiful singing had stopped. The only sound was the frantic drumming of my own heart. I slowly raised my rifle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. This wasn't an animal. This was a violation of nature. As I centered the creature in my scope, the impossible happened. It began to change. Its front legs buckled, then straightened in a way they weren't meant to, cracking and popping like dry kindling. Its body elongated, stretching upwards with a series of sickening snaps. Fur receded, bones shifted, and the deer stood up. It stood on two impossibly long, spindly legs. It must have been 8, maybe 9 feet tall. Its arms were thin, ending in long yellowed claws that scraped the frozen ground. Its face was a nightmare pulled from the darkest corners of human fear. The deer's head had elongated into something long and skull-like, crowned with a rack of jagged, broken antlers. Its mouth was a lipless gash filled with needle-thin teeth, and from that maw, a low, guttural growl rumbled, a sound of pure, bottomless hunger. The beautiful song had been a lie, a lure. This was the singer, the Wendigo. It took a step towards me, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette with its strings cut. I was paralyzed, not by fear, but by a primal terror that bypassed my brain and seized every muscle in my body. The stories my grandfather told me flooded my mind. The insatiable hunger, the mimicry, the way it lured you in with the voices of loved ones, or beautiful melodies. I had walked right into its trap. Its glowing eyes, now a burning, hateful yellow, never left mine. It knew I was terrified. It was feeding on it. Something inside me finally broke free. The survival instinct, the most basic and powerful drive we have. I didn't aim. I just fired. The roar of the rifle shattered the unholy silence. The bullet hit the creature square in the chest, a place that would have dropped any deer, any bear. It barely flinched. It just tilted its head, that horrifying, skull-like face, contorting into something that looked grotesquely like a smile. It let out a shriek, a sound that wasn't a lullaby anymore. It was a scream of rage and hunger, a sound that clawed at my eardrums and threatened to tear my sanity apart. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I turned and ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, fueled by pure adrenaline. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the undergrowth with unnatural speed. Branches whipped at my face. Roots tried to trip me, but I just kept going, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. The creature's shrieks echoed through the forest, sometimes sounding far away, sometimes sounding like they were right behind my ear. It was toying with me, enjoying the chase. It wasn't just hunting me for food. It was hunting me for sport. I have no idea how long I ran. Minutes felt like hours. The forest became a blur of dark shapes and suffocating fear. I finally burst out of the tree line and onto the logging road where I'd parked my truck. My keys fumbled in my trembling hands. Every second an eternity. I could still hear its screams. Closer now. I threw myself into the cab, slammed the door, and cranked the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the edge of the woods. For a split second, I saw it, standing just at the tree line. That tall, skeletal figure, its yellow eyes, burning holes in the night. Then it melted back into the shadows, as if it were never there. I drove all night. I didn't stop until the sun came up and I was hundreds of miles away. I never went back to that part of the woods. I sold my rifle. I stopped hunting. Some nights, when the wind howls just right, I can still hear it. That beautiful, terrible song. A reminder of the hunger that waits in the deep, dark places of the world. A reminder of the day I saw the deer stand up. Thanks for listening to my story. I hope it serves as a warning. The woods are beautiful, but they demand respect. Some secrets are best left undisturbed. If you enjoyed this tale and want to hear more, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Stay safe out there. The desert doesn't keep secrets. It swallows them whole. My grandfather used to say that. He warned me never to stray from the paved roads after dark, especially not near the old burial mounds at mile marker 34. He said the earth there remembers things that are best left undisturbed. I, of course, thought it was just old-timer talk. Stories spun to keep kids from getting into trouble. I was wrong. Horribly wrong. It all started 3 weeks ago. A camping trip with my two best friends, Liam and Chloe. We were looking for an adventure, a break from the city, and the stark, beautiful desolation of the Arizona desert seemed like the perfect escape. We chose a spot a few miles off the main highway, not far from those very mounds my grandfather had warned me about. The first night was perfect. The sky was a dizzying canvas of stars, the air crisp and clean. We told stories around the campfire, roasted marshmallows, and felt a million miles away from everything. It was on the second night that things began to unravel. It started subtly. A sound, just at the edge of hearing. A faint scraping, like stone on stone, coming from the direction of the mounds. We dismissed it as an animal, maybe a coyote. But then, it was followed by a low whistle. A tune that sounded disturbingly human, yet not quite right. It was airy, hollow, and it seemed to drift on the wind from all directions at once. Liam, ever the skeptic, grabbed a powerful flashlight and swept its beam across the darkness. Nothing. Just skeletal creosote bushes and the silent, watchful saguaros. Probably just the wind, he said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. Chloe was already spooked. She huddled closer to the fire, her eyes wide, scanning the oppressive darkness that encircled our little bubble of light. I tried to stay rational, to be the calm one, but a primal knot of fear was tightening in my stomach. The whistling stopped, and for a while, an unnatural silence fell over the desert. The usual chirps of crickets and nocturnal insects were gone. It was as if the entire landscape was holding its breath, waiting. That's when we heard the footsteps. They were heavy, bipedal, and slow, crunching on the dry gravel. They circled our campsite, always staying just beyond the reach of the firelight. Every hair on my body stood on end. Liam aimed his flashlight again, and for a split second, the beam caught it. Or, rather, them. 2 pinpricks of light, reflecting back from the dark eyes. They were low to the ground, too low for a person, but too wide apart for any animal we knew. They blinked once, slowly, and vanished. Panic started to set in. "What was that?" Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I managed to say, my own voice barely a croak. The footsteps continued their slow, deliberate patrol around us. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. It felt like we were being studied, sized up. The worst part was the feeling that came with Etha's suffocating sense of being watched by something ancient and intelligent. Something that knew we were trespassing. Liam, trying to be brave, shouted into the darkness. "Who's there? Show yourself." The only answer was a chilling mimicry of his own voice, distorted and guttural, echoing back from the night. "Who's there?" It rasped, the sound seeming to come from the throat of something that wasn't built for human speech. That was it for us. Rationality flew out the window, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. We scrambled, throwing our gear into the truck with frantic, clumsy movements. We didn't even bother to put out the fire. As I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably, the footsteps quickened. They were no longer circling. They were approaching. Fast. I slammed the truck into drive, tires spitting gravel as we peeled out of there. In the rearview mirror, illuminated for a horrifying instant by our taillights, I saw it. It was hunched over our hastily abandoned campsite, long, spindly limbs unfolding as it rose. Its form was a nightmarish silhouette, vaguely humanoid but impossibly gaunt and twisted. It turned its head towards us, and even from that distance, I felt its gaze lock onto me. We didn't stop driving until the sun came up, and the city lights were a comforting glow on the horizon. We thought we had escaped. We thought it was over. The next few days were a blur of nervous exhaustion. We tried to convince ourselves it was a prank, or a trick of the mind, a shared hallucination brought on by isolation and campfire stories. But we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It followed us back to the city. I'd be walking down a crowded street and suddenly feel a cold dread wash over me. The same dread I felt in the desert. Liam started complaining about noises outside his apartment at night, the same scraping sound, the same hollow whistle. Chloe became a recluse, too afraid to leave her home after dusk. The real horror began a week later. I was trying to sleep when I heard it, right outside my bedroom window on the 2nd floor. A soft, clear whisper. Sam. It was my name. My blood ran cold. I crept to the window and peered through the blinds. On the street below, under a flickering streetlight, a figure stood perfectly still, staring up at my window. It was tall and emaciated, its limbs bent at unnatural angles. I couldn't see its face, but I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that it was the thing from the desert. The next day, a frantic call from Chloe. She was sobbing, barely coherent. "It knows my name, Sam," she cried. "It was outside my window last night. It whispered my name." That afternoon, Liam called. He sounded defeated, terrified. He had heard it. "No, Liam," it had whispered, in that same dry, rasping voice. "Liam, it had learned our names." How? We hadn't said our names out loud at the campsite, not that I could remember. Had it been listening to us before we even knew it was there? Was it sifting through our fears, our memories? The creature, the Skinwalker, was no longer just a desert phantom. It had followed us, crossed the boundary from its world into ours. It wasn't just hunting us, it was toying with us, dismantling our sense of safety, piece by piece. The city was no longer a sanctuary. It was just a bigger cage. The nights became a living torment. The whispers grew more frequent, sometimes sounding like they were right inside the room with me. I started seeing it in reflections, a fleeting, distorted shape in a shop window or a darkened TV screen. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Liam disappeared 2 nights ago. He just vanished. His apartment was unlocked, his phone and wallet on the table. The only thing out of place was the window, wide open, the screen torn as if by claws. The police have no leads. They think he just left, but Chloe and I know the truth. It took him, and now it's just the 2 of us. Last night, the whispering changed. It was no longer just my name. It started mimicking my grandfather's voice, repeating the words he spoke to me all those years ago. The desert doesn't keep secrets. It rasped from the darkness beyond my window. It swallows them whole. It knows my fears. It knows my memories. It's digging through my soul, looking for the softest spots, the deepest terrors. I'm recording this because I don't know what else to do. Chloe isn't answering her phone. The sun is setting, and the shadows are growing long. I can hear a sound outside, a slow, deliberate crunching on the pavement. Footsteps, and a low, hollow whistle that seems to carry on the evening air. It's closer this time. I think it's coming for me now. The desert is calling, and it's time to pay for what we disturbed. Don't make the same mistake I did. Stay away from the burial mounds at mile 34. Some things that are buried should stay that way. Thank you for listening to my story. If you've ever had an experience like this, share it in the comments below. I'd be interested to know I'm not alone in this, if I even make it through the night. Do you want to forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more stories from the dark corners of the world? Stay safe out there, and whatever you do, don't listen to the whispers in the dark. It was 1:12 a.m. The neon sign of the 24/7's grocers flickered, casting a sickly green glow over the nearly empty parking lot. My shift at the diner had run late, again, and the fridge at home was a barren wasteland. I just needed milk, bread, and maybe some coffee for the morning. Simple, right? I grabbed a shopping cart from the long, silent line near the entrance. The wheels squealed in protest, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the dead of night. Inside, the store was a tomb. The fluorescent lights hummed a monotonous tune, and the only other soul was a bored-looking cashier scrolling through his phone. I moved quickly, my footsteps echoing through the vacant aisles. I'll 4 for bread, I'll 7 for milk, I'll 9 for coffee. As I grabbed the ground coffee, a strange feeling washed over me, the feeling of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. Just rows upon rows of silent, packaged goods. I shook it off. It was late. I was tired. My mind was playing tricks on me. I made my way to the checkout. The cashier barely looked up as he scanned my items. $12.50, he mumbled. I paid, grabbed my single plastic bag, and pushed the cart toward the exit. The automatic doors hissed open, releasing me back into the cool, damp night. I walked toward my car, parked way out in the darker corner of the lot. The squeal of cartwheels followed me. I didn't think much of it at first. I just assumed I'd pushed it a bit too hard and it was rolling on its own. I stopped beside my car, fumbling for my keys in my pocket. The squealing stopped right behind me. My blood ran cold. I hadn't pushed it that hard. I slowly turned my head. The shopping cart was there, maybe 3 feet away, perfectly still. Its metal basket gleamed under a distant streetlight. There was no slope here, no wind. It shouldn't have moved like that. It shouldn't have stopped so precisely. A shiver traced its way down my spine. Okay, I whispered to myself. That's weird. I unlocked my car with a chirp, opened the trunk, and tossed the grocery bag inside. I glanced back at the cart. It hadn't moved. I slammed the trunk shut, a loud bang that echoed across the asphalt. I needed to get out of there. I walked around to the driver's side door, my heart starting to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. As my hand closed around the door handle, I heard it again. Squeak. Squeak. Scrape. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't dare turn around. I just listened. The sound was closer now, right behind the car. I could feel the hairs on my neck standing up. My mind was racing, trying to find a logical explanation. There wasn't one. Slowly, ever so slowly, I angled my head to look in the side view mirror. The reflection was distorted, warped. In it, I could see the shopping cart, but it wasn't just a cart anymore. Something was wrong. The shape was off. The metal frame seemed to bulge and contort, like it was made of rubber instead of steel. Then, from the basket, something began to rise. It was long and thin, like a pale, skeletal arm. It unfolded itself, joined by a natural joint, reaching up into the night air. It wasn't a human arm. It was too long, the fingers too sharp, ending in what looked like dirty, cracked talons. The arm bent at an impossible angle, its clawed hand gripping the push bar of the cart. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating from exhaustion, but the scraping sound came again, louder this time, a grinding of metal on asphalt. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The cart was moving. It was being pushed, but the thing pushing it was part of it. The form was still vaguely that of a shopping cart, but it was twisting, morphing. The wire mesh of the basket seemed to stretch and pull, forming a grotesque caricature of a rib cage. 2 more limbs, thin and spindly like a spider's legs, unfolded from beneath the cart, digging into the ground and propelling it forward. They were covered in patches of what looked like matted, dark fur. And then I saw the head. It emerged from the child seat area, a horrifying fusion of metal and flesh. It was shaped like a wolf's skull, but its surface was a patchwork of rusted chrome and patches of stretched, leathery skin. Its eye sockets were dark, empty voids, yet I could feel its gaze locked onto me, a gaze filled with ancient hunger. It let out a sound, a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air, mixed with the high-pitched shriek of twisting metal. It was the sound of a predator, and I was its prey. Panic, pure and absolute, finally broke through my paralysis. I yanked the car door open, throwing myself inside and slamming it shut. My hands trembled violently as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered. Once, twice. "Come on, come on," I screamed, my voice cracking. Through the windshield, I saw the thing. It was faster now, scuttling across the parking lot on its mismatched limbs. A nightmarish chimera of the mundane and the monstrous. The shopping cart was no longer a cart. It was the torso of this creature, its original form a terrifying mockery. The engine finally roared to life. I slammed the gear into reverse without looking, the tires screeching in protest. My car lurched backward. There was a sickening crunch of metal and something else, a wet, cracking sound. I had hit it. I stomped on the brake, shifted into drive, and floored the accelerator. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't look back. I just kept driving. I ran every red light, my eyes wide with terror. The image of that thing burned into my mind. I didn't stop until I was in my own garage, the door safely closed behind me. I sat in my car for what felt like an hour, shaking, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. The next morning, I found a deep, jagged scratch running the length of my car's rear bumper. Embedded in the gash was a small piece of rusted metal and a tuft of coarse, dark fur. My groceries were still in the trunk. I threw them out. I couldn't bring myself to touch them. I never went back to that store. In fact, I avoid all 24-hour places now. I do my shopping in the bright light of day, in crowded stores, surrounded by people. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I'll hear it, a faint, distant sound on the edge of hearing. The lonely, mournful squeal of a shopping cart's wheels, rolling through the darkness. And I know it's looking for me. Thanks for sticking with me through that one. If you have your own terrifying late-night encounter you'd like to share, drop it in the comments below. And if you want more stories that will make you think twice about being out after dark, make sure you hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Stay safe out there.
It was supposed to be a simple, romantic getaway. Just me and my boyfriend Mark, escaping the city for a long weekend. We'd found a cheap motel, the Budget Inn, nestled just off a desolate highway in the heart of Arizona. It wasn't fancy, but it was all we needed. A bed, a shower, and a break from our routines. We checked in late, grabbing the key to room 204. The place had an eerie silence to it, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. The air was heavy and still. Mark, ever the optimist, just laughed it off. "It's got character," he said, dropping our bags on the floor. He had this specific, quirky habit, a little rhythm he'd tap out on doors, tables, or even my shoulder. A quick 3-beat pattern. Tap, tap, tap. It was his signature knock, his way of saying, "Hey, it's me." That night, exhausted from the drive, we fell asleep almost instantly, the cheap air conditioner humming a dissonant tune. I woke up suddenly in the pitch-black darkness. The clock on the bedside table glowed a menacing red, 3:07 a.m. My heart was pounding, a primal sense of dread creeping over me. And then I heard it, a faint sound from the other side of our motel room door. Tap, tap, tap. My blood ran cold. I turned my head slowly, my eyes straining to see Mark in the dark. He was right there, fast asleep beside me, his chest rising and falling in a steady, deep rhythm. A soft snore escaped his lips. He hadn't moved, so who or what was knocking? I held my breath, listening. Silence. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just the old building settling. I tried to calm my racing heart, telling myself I was being paranoid. The isolation of the place was getting to me. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself back to sleep. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was louder, more insistent. My entire body went rigid. It was Mark's rhythm, unmistakable. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I gently shook Mark's shoulder. "Mark," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Mark, wake up." He grumbled, swatting my hand away sleepily. "What is it, babe?" "Someone's at the door," I breathed. "They're knocking." He sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What? Who would be knocking at this hour?" As he spoke, the knock came again, clearer and more defined. Tap, tap, tap. Mark froze. He looked at me, his eyes wide with confusion. That's my knock," he whispered, a hint of fear in his voice. "How is that possible?" We sat there in the suffocating darkness, listening. The only sounds were our own panicked breaths and the hum of the SM. The knocking stopped. A minute passed, then another. The silence was somehow worse than the sound had been. "Stay here," Mark finally said, his voice low and firm as he slid out of bed. "No, don't go," I pleaded, grabbing his arm. "Don't open it." "I'm just going to look through the peephole," he reassured me, trying to sound brave. I could see the silhouette of his body as he crept toward the door. I watched, my heart in my throat, as he leaned forward, his eye pressed against the tiny lens. He was still for a long moment, too long. "Mark?" I whispered. "What do you see?" He didn't answer. He just stood there, motionless like a statue. "Mark, you're scaring me." My voice was rising with panic. He stumbled back from the door, his face ashen in the dim red light from the clock. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. He slowly turned to me, his expression one of pure, unadulterated terror. There's nothing there," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "The hallway is empty, completely empty." We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat huddled together on the bed, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. As the first rays of dawn finally pierced through the grimy window, we threw our things into our bags and fled from room 204, not even bothering to check out. As we drove away, Mark was quiet. I glanced over at him. His hands were clenched so tightly on the steering wheel that his knuckles were white. "Mark," I said gently, "what did you really see?" He took a deep, shuddering breath before speaking. "It wasn't empty," he said, his voice shaking. "When I first looked, there was something there, pressed right up against the peephole from the other side. An eye, it was staring right back at me, but it wasn't human. It was wrong. The pupil was long and thin, like a goat's, and it was glowing, reflecting the light from inside our room. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. What happened then?" "It pulled back," he continued, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, and I saw its face for a split second. It was stretched and distorted, like it was trying to look like a person, but it was failing. The skin was leathery and pulled tight over its bones, and it smiled. Its mouth was too wide, full of teeth that were too sharp. It looked hungry. We never talked about what happened in room 204 again, but it haunts me. Sometimes late at night, I'll wake up in a cold sweat thinking I hear it. That familiar 3-beat rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. I know now what it was. I read the stories, the local legends from that part of the country. They talk about creatures that can mimic you, that can steal your voice, your habits, even your face. They lure you out into the dark by pretending to be someone you trust. It knew Mark's knock. It was trying to get him to open the door, to let it in. And the most terrifying part, that thing with its goat-like eyes and predatory smile knew we were inside. It knew me, and it knew my boyfriend. And I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, waiting, and that it remembers us too. Thank you so much for listening to my story tonight. If you have your own chilling encounter you'd like to share, please send it to my email in the description below. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more terrifying Kayleys. Stay safe out there, and always, always be sure who's on the other side of the door before you open it.